It'll be good, Cody. Good. All right, we are calling this meeting to order at 6:07 p.m. We will take attendance.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Present.
Councilmember Capaldi,
Here.
Councilmember Hul,
Present.
Councilmember Darwin,
Here.
Councilmember Mars,
Here.
Vice President Brown,
Here.
President Verducci.
Here, let's all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. In the event of an emergency, you can go back out the doors you came in. If that is unavailable, please head out the side exit doors to the door marked exit in back. All right. I will entertain a motion to take this agenda out of order to better suit maybe some folks who are hanging around.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second. Any discussion? All right, hearing none. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. We will begin with council appointments. Anyone's in particular? We want to do,
I can do the preservation first and then planning.
all right. I think I'm missing it. Thanks. Oh, I must have the old one. All right, thank you very much. So Coventry Historic Preservation Commission, currently one opening, and we have an applicant, Joshua. You here tonight? Joshua Magnone? All right. And so he was, yep, request to be moved from alternate member to full term or full member. Any questions on that or?
I do, Madam Clerk, I do see on page 6 of the full agenda, it does state, I see a sewer subcommittee citizens application, and then I see its withdrawn application on 3/20 of 25. Am I looking at the right packet?
Yes, his original application was put in, he filled out for a sewer subcommittee application. He withdrew that application and he did put it in for this particular board, and he was put in as an alternate member. And it was recommended that there was an opening for the Coventry Historic Preservation, and there was an opening for a full, and they wanted him to become a full member, and he was in agreement, so he asked to be a full member.
Doesn't need, we don't need an application?
Well, I mean, he technically had an application, so, I mean, we don't.
It's all the same information, so
Understood.
we didn't require him to fill out a brand new one.
Councilwoman Capaldi.
I don't know what the council's going to do, but shouldn't the person that is up for an appointment be present before we vote on it? That's how I feel.
Sometimes people are available, other times they're not. It's up to the council. We've appointed people before that weren't here.
Did
so
you,
it's
did
up
he
to the
call you
council.
and say he was not available?
I haven't spoken to him.
I think we should wait till the person's here. That's my opinion, because sometimes we just give these appointments out willy-nilly, and I think we gotta really pay attention to who we're giving these appointments to.
Vice President Brown.
Yeah, I think reading his application that he put in his resume, he would be an outstanding candidate. He put in for 3 different commissions. I get where Councilwoman Capaldi's coming from, but I think this guy, based on everything I'm reading, would be an outstanding candidate to be put on that commission.
So he's a, correct, Council Vice President, he's an alternate now, and he was recommended by Josh Chase, the Assistant Planning Director, also for the position, if that makes a difference to the council.
He's coming. Does someone see him outside? Oh, I'm sorry. Good question. Cody, can you see, or if you're listening, Josh Magnone, if you're on Zoom? All right. Well, either way, we can still carry on. We can do a motion or, pleasure of the council.
I make a motion to put him on another meeting when he can be present. Because again, I think it's important, if you want to be a part of a committee, you should be here and show that you want to be part of a committee. And it's important for us to know who we're appointing. Paperwork is great, but let's see the person when he can come up and introduce himself.
Of a motion, do we have a second? All right, do we, just out of curiosity, Mr. Town Manager, is anything being held up on the historic preservation for this, or is this just to get it back to full?
I think it's just to get it back to full
Okay.
capacity.
Gotcha. All right, Councilman Pasqua?
So he's already been appointed as an alternate. He's already kind of gone through this process, come up here, and we've reappointed people many times without them coming.
Yeah.
So I kind of look at this the same way. We're just changing his status. He's gone through the process. He's told us who he is. He's applied. The council's decided that he was worthy of being part of this commission and would be a good fit for it. So I would entertain just moving him over. It's kind of hard to get people to volunteer for these committees as it is. They're not knocking down the doors. I don't want to discourage people from them. And some people are just afraid to come and see the council. That happens. So, I would make a motion to appoint him to be a full member from alternate.
All right, we have a motion from Mr. Pasqua. We have a second. Any discussion? Councilwoman Capaldi.
I kind of see the writing on the wall where this is going, but I'm just going to say, I thank everyone that always comes and applies for these positions. But I've had conversations with people that we don't really know a lot of these people, and we just say, okay, yeah, because that's the only person. I love when people come. I love when people tell, I don't know who this gentleman is. I don't think I was on the council to appoint him. It would have been really cool to meet him and say, yeah, thank you for your service of what you've done. And now we give you the appointment. That's just how I feel. But, I'm on my own island, but that's okay.
Well, perhaps he needs to be shoveled out. All right, so we have a second. Any more discussion? All right, hearing none, all those in favor of making the appointment of Josh Magnone to a full-time member of Historic Preservation Commission, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
We
No.
have one nay.
Nay, I oppose.
One nay. The ayes have it. Motion carries. All right. Next up, we have Coventry Planning Commission. We had 3 vacancies. Tonight, we are appointing 1 member. We were attempting to do some restructuring of the Planning Commission, just based on trying to align ourselves better with what other towns do, as far as just, avoiding issues with quorums and things like that. So we were only going to put the 1 on. However, we got some information that told us this may actually or will require a charter change. And this isn't something we want to wait, for a referendum on. So it is our intent to fill 3 of the vacant positions, but just due to timing, we only had the 1 tonight. And Mr. Solicitor, correct me if I'm wrong, are we're going to add this to the next agenda to add the other 2?
That would be my recommendation.
Okay.
I would add the next 2 in the next agenda. And then we'll worry about if the council decides to do a charter change in the future.
Yeah. So we're trying to do something a little bit different, but hopefully we can get that charter commission going, which is a whole other ball of fun. So in the meantime, we're gonna vote for one tonight, and then next meeting we will have the other two appointments.
Mr.
Just
President,
to-
just so you know, Ms. Brown removed her application. So right now it's Mr. Nunes and Mr. De Silva for tonight's appointment.
Gotcha. Oh, did you have your hand up? Oh, do we want to hear from our? I see Mr. Nunes. Do you want to come up and say a few words or get some FaceTime on the camera? Mhm. Beautiful. Better than mine, man.
Jason Nunes, Fourview Road. I've never been on a board before of this caliber, but I'm familiar with the comprehensive plan, and it seems like every major development is going by that route of the comprehensive plan. I see all the developers, they want the city sewers, they want city water, they want all this for a prime development. Not every situation is a prime development. I'm totally against the village at Tioga. Everyone knows that. And the reason being is there's already the major development that's going to go in from Arnold Road to the center of New England. They're adding 712 units in that plat. And that's a big impact in that whole neighborhood. And this particular village of Tioga, it's in a neighborhood that all these little minor side streets that are not fully up to par.
I don't mean to interrupt. I just gotta make a point of order. The council cannot discuss a pending project. They need to discuss the qualification.
Yeah, let's stick to just your
I'm
interest.
familiar with the comprehensive plan, and I know what would fit, what wouldn't fit. And I'd like to be a member of the board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as we say to everyone, thank you very much for applying and showing interest. As you can see with the three vacancies we have, it's nice to get back up to full strength. Let's see. Is Mr. De Silva here? Hello, sir. Please come on up and tell us a little bit about yourself and your interest on joining the board.
Ken De
Commissioner.
Silva, 1360 Hockney Hill Road. I believe, again, one of the reasons I want to be on this board, I think the biggest part of any town is how we develop ourselves. I was in the town council over 20 years ago. We did the senior tax break. We also did, we enacted charter that allowed for development 5 acres out west, and then we made it less as you came in. I do think we have an issue with the state. I think with section 53 of 45 of the cities and towns, I think that has to be changed. And I think that's up to the planning commission and the town council to come together, to work together on that. But we also have to have a comprehensive plan in place first. And we have to work on the comprehensive plan because all of this should come together, right? Coventry's a great place. A lot of people have moved into town over the last number of years. We don't want to be a Cranston, we want to stay Coventry, right? But we have to be able to plan how development goes. And until we get our ducks in a row with the comprehensive plan and we decide whether or not we want to go to the state and say, you need to give some of this power back to the town councils that you've taken away as a result of your legislation, and let us develop ourselves. Let us get to where we need to be with our low to moderate income housing. We're going to continue to have this problem. That's why I want to be on the planning board.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right. And Mr. Town Manager has let us know that the third application has been withdrawn. So I'm assuming from now until the next meeting, we'll be continuing to accept applications or?
Correct, you will.
Right. Well, I guess we'll need to fill the others. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I will entertain a motion from a member. Councilman Pasqua.
Make a motion to appoint Kenneth De Silva, Planning Commission.
When we get to discussion. That's a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion. Councilwoman Capaldi.
Can either you, President, or our solicitor tell me again how we're doing this with how many people, because last week was different, and just go over it again for me. Because if we need more people and we're only picking one tonight, the person that is here can come back. And so I just want to let you guys know that. What are we picking for tonight?
You're picking one spot tonight because that's what's on the agenda,
Okay,
but you're going to have 2 spots on the next agenda.
okay.
So you'll be able to pick 2 more people.
So there will be no losers.
There'll be no
potentially.
losers unless-
There's no losers in Coventry, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
We're all winners. All right, any other discussion? Councilman Hull.
I think for me, I'll keep this short. For the planning commission, I didn't hear some of the things that I wanted to hear. I'm hearing a lot of opinions about projects that we should do in town, and I don't think that is what we should be discussing up at the podium. I want to hear about the experience, building plans, that type of like, are the members of the planning board going to understand what's in front of them? It is very complex and it is very in depth. And I think one of the cautions that I want to put out there that a lot of people may not understand is when it comes to voicing exactly what you want to see. And if it comes back to the council, it could appear as if we're appointing, we got to keep some of the public opinion, I think, low when it comes to these appointments. Keep it based to the facts so we don't get ourselves in trouble. But I would really like to hear if either of the candidates have any type of like redevelopment or building or something in regards to like what we're doing here for the planning commission. And I think we have 2 good applicants, and it's just, I'd like a little bit more background. I don't see anything in the applicants that states that.
All right, any further discussion? All right, we have a motion and a second from Mr. De Silva. I think we know we're going to revisit this again in a couple of weeks. Anything else? We do, yeah. Makes sense. We have a request for roll call, and I think we need to. Councilman Pascal, okay. Anybody else? You good? Councilwoman Capaldi.
To Councilman's Hull's point, yes, I don't see any of that information too. Getting to my original conversation with a gentleman not showing up, we've had conversations about making sure we're really, yes, thank you everyone for, coming here. It's a volunteer position. But if somebody doesn't have any of the qualifications we're looking for, it's hard to pick a candidate. So should we wait and have these gentlemen come back next week or whenever we do it to see everyone together? Or how do you guys want to handle this? I feel that, I don't know. And maybe these gentlemen didn't have time to talk about their work or their background and what this role actually encompasses.
I'll ask the solicitor because I think we have a motion. We need to deal with that, and then perhaps we could add more info to the next agenda as far as what we would want to see from people or something like that. But where do we deal with the issue before us now? Is to deal with this motion.
Unless it's withdrawn, needs to be voted on.
Yeah, okay.
Just a procedural question. I would have also made a motion, but I would have done it opposite. I would have made my motion for Mr. Nunes. So my question is, when there's potential 2 members who both want to make a motion, does is it basically like a rush of the draw, and whoever hits their hand first and states that, I want to make a motion? Is that how is that the start? There's not going to be any quote unquote loser this evening anyway, but just procedural wise.
This was one, let's assume it was one or several spots. The council could have done an election, if you will. You could make a motion, that's not the motion pending, but it could have been to make a motion to, you could have done a nomination, a second nomination, and there could have been multiple names nominated. And then there's a vote on the nominated people. And then whoever's got the majority vote wins the spot. That's another way to do it. But that's not what's pending before the council right now. There's a council on an individual.
All right, any further discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, please do a roll call on the nomination of Mr. De Silva.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi,
No.
Councilmember Hul,
Yes, but Mr. Nunes, I'm coming for you.
Councilmember Darwin,
Abstain.
Councilmember Mars,
Yes.
Vice President Brown,
Yes.
President Verducci.
Yes.
Okay, so we have 5 in the affirmative, 1 abstention, and 1 in the negative. Motion passes.
All right, thank you. And just to make sure you're aware, 2 weeks, come on back. We appreciate it, really do. So thank you very much.
I want to thank both of you guys. And like I said, there are no losers. So
Yeah, we just, it was basically our agenda issue.
Mr. President, can we just do the clerk's paperwork, the oath of office tonight to get that done so we
Sure.
can have him appear tomorrow at the meeting?
Yeah, get right in there. Hope we can read quickly. Yeah. Yeah.
oh, I guess we should see who's available first.
All right, got him. What am I doing?
I need to sign something.
Yeah.
Okay. Mhm.
Oh. Hi. Hello. A beautiful crowd. Is this on? All right. Thank you very much. Do you solemnly swear that you will be true and faithful unto this state and support the laws and Constitution thereof and the Constitution of the United States of America, and that you will well and truly execute the office of member of the Planning Commission?
I do.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, and we appreciate it.
Tom, you're next up.
All right, thank you, everybody, for your patience as we worked our way through that. That is it for council appointments. I think we're back on meeting minutes. We have one set of open session minutes, excuse me. Yes, please.
Make a motion to approve council minutes from November 18th, 2025.
A second.
A first and a second, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ayes have, abstain, we have one abstention, Madam Clerk. All right, we are back on the agenda. Item number 3, public comment on docketed items only. If you are in the room and would like to make public comment on docketed item, please come up, state your name and address. All right, not seeing anybody there. Mr. Cody on Zoom. I see a hand raised. Please say your name and address for the record.
Tammy Anderson, 5710 Flat River Road, and I am the president of the SRP. I just spoke at the financial meeting, and I just wanted to reiterate to the rest of the members of the council that were not at the financial meeting that our last contract that we are currently in now was approved at the 11th hour, literally 9 o'clock at night before it expired. This one now is, if we can get it done tonight, that would be wonderful and give us a little piece. It is a little measly 2% raise, comes to about 40 cents for most of us, not even a full dollar. And 85% of the SRP live in town. They are your constituents. And it would be really nice for them to know that the town council has their back. So we are asking you to please approve the contract. Thank you.
Nope, thank you very much. Again, we appreciate that. That is interesting info and always helps to know more. So thank you for that. Anyone else on Zoom? All right, not seeing any. We will close public comment on docketed items and move on to some, oh, we did, I'm sorry. Oh, please come on up on docketed. Yeah, yep.
Jason Nunes, Forview Road. I was looking through the school department's proposals. And the question was asked at last meeting was about what other towns were in a deficit. That question didn't get asked. But with their own survey, Little Compton for the year contract term 25 to 28, first scale 56,064, not contributing to Social Security. Because I think that's pretty relevant, like when you try matching apples for apples. Then two, the town of Exeter and West Greenwich, contract years 24 to 27, but this is saying the baseline of 25 and 26. So that's all relevant to the current year when they're scaling from one town to another. And they're at 55,486, but they do contribute into Social Security. Then Coventry, number 3, contract year 23 to 26 is 53,583, which they don't contribute to Social Security. I'm pretty sure at that meeting, they said that we were number 8th. We were ranked 8th in the pay scale. And then the last meeting, testimony from the Coventry School Department ranked us 8th in pay, refused to answer how Coventry ranked in scoring. And then, yes, scoring could be misleading in regards to the region, the caliber of students, stuff like that and all, but it would be relevant. And not as a ranking question, but it should be a question that should be answered. And answering these questions is transparency. Then they presented salary history from the years 19-29. So from 2020 to present, the salary history showed a 2.5 increase in income along with some annuity matches. I know I didn't get that in the private sector. The question from the town council was, what other communities are in a deficit? Again, no answer. Okay, now a different topic is on the police department. They're looking for another animal control vehicle. In the year 2024, it was funded by a capital improvement fund. Now they're proposing it come out of the impact fee. Why is there a change in budgeting or funds being appropriated to replace the animal control? They just did one in 2024. I mean, is it trying to shift the budget away, or is it? I don't understand why we're trying to go from a capital improvement fund to an impact fee. That's all I got. I'll see you guys in a couple weeks.
Yeah. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. All right. Do we have anyone else in the room for public comment on docketed items? Nope. Do I see a little hand up there? All right. If you are on Zoom, please, I believe it's, Kelly, if you could unmute yourself, state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, Kelly Renakis, President, Coventry Teachers Alliance, 3 Hazel Street. Just for the council's pleasure, if they may, in case any of the questions that were brought up still resonate. Districts off the top of my head that I'm sure are in deficit are Woonsocket, Cranston, Warwick, and West Warwick. There are others, but I don't have time to look them up. As far as scoring, I think I've testified at a Department of Education hearing on scoring. I think the easiest analogy that I can give you is, unfortunately, socioeconomic status is always tied to scores. For example, Barrington usually has the highest scores in the state, and Providence generally has the lowest scores in the state. I think I challenged our previous commissioner to say, if you brought every Barrington teacher to Providence and every Providence teacher to Barrington, that would mean the Providence test scores would be at the tops and the Barrington scores would be at the bottoms. We all don't know that not to be true. Unfortunately, how many times somebody reads to a child, what they have at home, meals, etc., coordinates. But as far as our scores in Coventry, our AP scores are top in the state. That is both in the number of tests taken and the scores students receive on them. Many of our students who attend colleges such as URI graduate in 2.5 years rather than 4 because of all the AP courses they have taken and passed in Coventry. Our SATs at Coventry High School are pretty much middle of the road, but every school struggles with this. If you are a student who is going to CCRI, going to the military, or not going to college at all, the SATs mean nothing to you, and you finish them in about 3 seconds because you don't care about the score. It's very difficult for any high school to be judged on SAT scores when every student is forced to take them, but you have a population of 20 to 25% who don't even try. And then at the elementary level, I believe Mr. Cowart had answered this at the last meeting. There are several measures of scores, and they're not comparable because different schools use different assessments to measure student progress, whether it's in reading, math, etc. So it is very difficult to give those. But on the roads where they're there, you have Coventry High School top in the state on AP, middle of the road, middle of the pack, a little bit higher than middle in SAT, which all schools hate because there's no weight for the kids. And elementary measures are all over the place. So I'm just hoping if the council still had those questions that I could help answer them for you. Thank you for allowing me the time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Anyone else on Zoom? I don't see any hands. We've done the room a couple times. I think we're going to close that public comment on docketed items. And we will move on to the most exciting, I think, part of the agenda, which is always the reports of our town officials. Or did we want to go different order? I'm sorry. I knew there was something else, right? So we are taking this agenda out of order anyway. So let's go to, I think we already did, or do we do it? Oh, we didn't.
Make a
Okay.
motion to take the agenda out of order.
I have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. We are out of order. And we are on, I believe it's going to be item 5A.
Should be a resolution
sorry.
2026-02, Sienna Condominiums and Mr. Cronin as their attorney.
Come on up.
It's continued from the last meeting.
Yep. Good evening. Please tell us all about yourself and where we left off.
Thomas Cronin, 1070 Main Street, Coventry, Rhode Island, attorney for the owner and applicant. So this is continued from January 13th, 2026 meeting on my request for an easement from the town for utility and emergency access at a new development off of Main Street known as Sienna Condominiums. We had a productive discussion about what this easement ought to look like. I have had an opportunity to have our engineer interpret that discussion into some plans. I have presented these plans to the planning director and the town manager, and I have copies to share with you this evening. Is it okay if I distribute those, Mr. President?
Yes, please. I think, Madam Clerk, can you, oh, Mr. Town Manager even, okay. This is what we received previously, and this is a hard copy, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Thank you very much.
I prefer paper when discussing
Yeah, me too.
these things anyway.
They can color them later.
So, given the deep agenda again this evening,
Yeah.
I'll cut right to the chase. So, this is an 8-building, 16-unit condominium with a condominium road off Main Street. It's a two-way road. However, it is not wide enough for a fire truck to turn around. The fire department has requested emergency access on the Ken Ray Drive. We had originally proposed that with a safety gate. That was met with some skepticism by this council. We have redesigned that easement so that it is demarcated by signage. So there'll be a posted sign. You can see the sign that's proposed on the actual plan there, stop, no parking, emergency access only. Those signs will face in both directions. So approaching the easement from the condominium, you'll see that sign. Approaching from Ken Ray Drive, you'll see that sign. In addition, at the engineer's suggestion, we have proposed striping of the asphalt to demarcate the line between Ken Ray Drive, the easement, and the condominium road. There'll be striping, but also we'll say emergency access only on the driveway. In order to accomplish that, the actual easement, the 1,450 square foot easement will be pavement, not some other material. Those are the changes that we've made in reaction to the council's comments. I'm happy to take any questions from the council.
Vice President Brown.
Mr. Cronin, I'd like to commend the developer and you for coming back for this. I know I was pretty noisy at the last council meeting. Gates don't work. Open access works for public safety, and I commend the contractor for changing it and for you to bring it to him. Thank you very much. This is in public safety for not only for the people that live there, but the surrounding area. Thank you.
Councilman Hool. Oh, okay. Just one kind of curiosity question. Is this the kind of thing that, as people move in, they're informed of, don't use this, is there any, obviously there's no enforcement to it, but, it's something that people will be aware of, obviously, besides the signs that this is not a,
So we talked about this briefly at the last meeting, but this is a condominium private development controlled by condominium documents, bylaws, rules, and regulations. It'll actually be enforced by the condominium association. They have rights of enforcement as to the owners of the property anyway, so that in addition to that, on the positive side, there's an obligation to maintain. So those signs will be replaced if removed. Those stripes will be repainted as they dissipate. So the condominium association gives the maintenance aspect some beef behind it. They have enforcement rights. They have a budget. It'll be written in as a requirement in the condominium document, so the owners will be required to live with it.
just what I was getting at. So thank you, Councilman Hu.
So this will be in the rules and regs bylaws of the association.
Yes.
Thank you.
Just a point of
Councilman
clarification
Hu?
that,
I'm sorry, Councilman Dowan.
yeah, just a point of clarification that is only enforceable against the people who own the condominiums. So people will still be able to traverse from wherever else into that. It won't change anything, but
Thank you. All right, I will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2026-02, authorizing the grant and execution of emergency access and utility easement over town-owned property identified as Assessor's Plat 41, Lot 1, for the benefit of Sienna Condominiums Development. And again, I echo Vice President Brown's thank you developers for what they did for us.
I'll second it. Oh,
Uh,
you had 2 seconds.
President, well, now that you have a motion and a second, can I ask the council to entertain an amendment to that resolution to eliminate the reference to, if you look at I think it's the 8th paragraph down, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7th paragraph down, the easement will be controlled not by a gate, but by signage.
Okay.
So if somebody could make an amendment to that motion to amend the resolution to strike the word by a gate and
Re-
insert controlled by signage,
Make a motion to strike the language delineating a gate and move it to signage for the resolution.
Have a motion.
Second.
I'll second that, but procedurally, I would have been under the impression that I would have had to be the one to amend my motion, seeing as how it was my original motion.
Anybody can amend it.
Perfect. Thank you. So I just want to make sure we're good.
All right.
I'll second,
A
Councilman
motion in a
Pasqua.
second. Any discussion on the amendment? All right, seeing none, we're going to vote on the amendment first and then the resolution back again as a whole. All right, on the amendment, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. Back on the resolution. On the resolution, we had first, second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, have it. Motion carries.
Thank the
Thank you
council.
very much, Mr. Cronin. Great. We're going to go over to item 6 on the agenda. Item A. 6A? Is that what you were thinking? Yeah. All right. Item 6A, ratification of Coventry school teacher and SRP contracts.
If I can just start, Mr. President and members of the council, I know we're going back and forth on the numbers, the costs, the effectiveness, what we're going to look for down the road to the 5-year plan. But I think one of the most important things that I wanted to bring to your attention is that the cost certainty of the contract. And I think that's something that the Auditor General was probably watching, is looking for this council to give him a deficit reduction plan. And the only way we can do that is with the cost certainty of a school contract. So whether these numbers work or don't work, are they the best? Probably not. Could we try to get better? We could. However, I think he is looking for cost certainty that the town of Coventry is committed to approving a contract, supporting the teachers, and giving him a deficit reduction plan that gets us to where we need to be over the next 3 to 4 years. I just wanted to add that.
Thank you very much. Anyone, Councilman Pasqua?
Make a motion to approve the teacher, the CTA, and the SRP contracts.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Councilman Hull?
I want to start by acknowledging, all the work that's went into these negotiations, looking strictly at the terms on the paper. I do believe the school committee and the alliance have presented us with a decent fiscally conscious agreement. And on the positive side, the salary adjustments are modest and responsible. For the CTA increases of 1% first year, we've already went over those. But however, I remain steadfast in my approach that we cannot view these contracts in a vacuum. While the price of the contract is reasonable, the timing is precarious. We're being asked to approve long-term fixed costs while we're still navigating a significant financial hole. First, there's the reality of our deficit, both on the town side and on the school side. And I believe that over the 9% that the teachers received over the last fiscal contract, which I'll reiterate it, there was a council member that sat up on that stage and called that vote reckless, and it turned out to actually be reckless over 9% when the deficit was found out. And I don't want to be reckless anymore. I think we need to know these costs, and again, it doesn't have anything to do. My daughter's in college for early education. I told Mr. Cowart that she wants to switch because there's no money in it. And it's a real conversation that's happened in my own household. So this has nothing to do with control. This has nothing to do with not support. It has everything to do with the town of Coventry at some point has to put their feet down and say, like, we need to right this ship. Whether it's me, whether it's another council person in this seat after me, at some point, someone has to say enough is enough.
Thank you very much. Councilman Pasqua?
Can I just get a summary of what the Finance Committee's findings were today? Did you guys discuss this, correct?
Yeah, sure. So, just kind of resetting a little bit. It's the first time we've had what I would consider a classic kind of subcommittee style on this town council. Obviously, just given the ranks and numbers we have and the availability, you know, it's something that's somewhat new to us. So when this was originally formed, I think a year ago, you know, at the state level and certainly the federal level and other levels, the work is done in committee because it's so much to kind of do with a bigger group, you know. So that was the intent, was to dig into this a little bit more. Speaking on tonight's findings, we drilled down a little bit into the assumptions that were given to us by the school committee. No, I'm sorry, school department. The assumptions are baked in with risk. We kind of measured the risk and assessed it based on, you know, the potential for change at the local funding level, state funding level, federal funding level. So we kind of went through that and explained that within the context of the contract itself. So this is one item we can control, whereas, you know, tuition revenue, kids moving in and out, and other state mandates are certainly out of our direct control. So, you know, what we arrived at tonight was basically, yes, some of the assumptions are a little riskier than we may like. But at the same time, they fit into a general sense of, you know, financial control. We've heard from now the Auditor General. We've heard from the school department. Certainly our finance, Mr. Savetti has weighed in. And, you know, basically we got the sense that these, the timing is interesting, but we also heard some answers as to why. And, you know, although it's got some risk built in, all budgets are inherently risky, especially as you go out to year 2, 3, 4, 5. The current contract has what I would consider below market increases, if you will. It's something that we're all agreeing on, that the school side has worked hard to improve on their accounting, which is something that's provable by seeing the audits and things like that. This is certainly not a back-breaking type giant contract. And, you know, in general, we felt it was, as Mr. Hool said, I think that's a good word, you know, it's responsible. It's not obviously the best on earth, but as most of us know, there's always room to lose a little on each side in a good back and forth, and I think we have that here. The teachers aren't getting huge raises. The town is obviously putting more in, and I think we can all come together now with a little bit better understanding of, you know, how this all comes under one bucket and how it's all influenced. With that said, as Councilman Hool pointed out, it's also not in a vacuum. We have other items to consider. So, you know, I think on this one, the politics got a little out in front of the actual work that needed to be done. You know, it just, you know, my eyes, totally unnecessary. We kept this to a strict budget deadline. We got the first recommendations from our finance director early January. We scheduled a meeting. That didn't happen on the subcommittee. I was sick. We had to reschedule. But over that time, we have buckets of information we received. We did our diligence on that. And, you know, again, nothing perfect. I know people will be upset just on the basis of us giving more money to teachers. Some people just have a gut reaction to that. However, given what it looks like if we were to go to arbitration, where it would cost us both legal and, you know, perhaps we'd even lose out on the raises, timeliness, and then, of course, as the town manager pointed out, the fiscal stability built into having a true deficit reduction plan with cost certainty. The recommendation was to kick it back over here for full vote.
So is this a positive recommendation from the finance committee for approval?
As best we could, you know, we're trying to work through what that officially looks like. So we kind of just, you know, referred it back to all of us. But, you know, positive in that we didn't find anything earth shattering that would change our course from where we were.
Thank you.
Yep. Councilman Hool?
Just to clarify from sitting on the finance committee, we did not talk about whether or not we should move this forward. The vote was just to move it to the full council. But one of the largest deciding factors with me is our finance director, Mr. Savetti, did his assumptions based on a 2.5% state aid, and the school committee or the school department did it based on 3%. And we know that moving forward from the federal level all the way down to the state level, we know that they're pulling back. There was a positive on the school side that stated they've averaged 3%, but last year they actually got 5%. So they were being conservative. Mr. Savetti is more conservative, which is where I tend to lean. That's a little bit some of my concern, is we're potentially looking at a $600,000 difference if just the state aid alone only gets cut just 0.5%. So I didn't hear a contingency plan besides coming back and asking the taxpayers to pay for it. I would have loved to seen some contingency plan where if the state aid actually did get cut, the school was going to maintain that without coming to knock on the town's door. I would be more comfortable approving a contract knowing that versus approving it and then them coming back and saying, hey, state aid got cut, DCYF funding went through the roof. But I want to finish here to be my last comment. I really want the school committee, the school department, superintendent to work with this council on trying to change some of the state mandates when it comes to the way that you guys are handling or having to pay some of the DCYF cases. I don't think it's fair. I'm holding the school committee responsible for some of that spending, and it's outside of their control. So I want to put that on the record, just like I'm beating them up on it a little bit. There is things that I think collaboratively we could push something forward with our state reps. I think when they are, some of their mandates when it comes to funding are really hurting us on a town level when we're facing deficits. There doesn't seem like there's a way out.
Now, again, and then just another good time to reiterate, that's why, I've been trying to push for a more collaborative and just frankly calm and less political kind of tone and atmosphere. Maybe in the past things were a little different, but this council cares about finance and impact on town taxpayers. We are not here to play Washington, D.C. or do other kind of moves with each other. This is a town government, and we all see each other. I see most of you at the liquor store, by the way, and that's going to continue. So we cannot be sitting here at odds with each other over some of this stuff, especially when, to Councilman Hull's point, a lot of this is mandated by the state. So, that's something I want to reiterate. Councilwoman Capaldi.
To Councilman Hull's point, say that 3 times fast. I've already started talking to some of our state reps about some of these issues that you guys don't have any control over. So I know that I probably like to talk to the school committee and get more points. I also am talking about unity and all the stuff that you brought before us a couple of weeks ago. I'm working with one of the school committee members, and I understand a lot of the issues that are happening in those walls of the schools, and particularly with the food pantries. And we're going to do a huge food drive hopefully soon when it gets a little bit nicer. So we're trying to collaborate together and make changes that are positive for this town and not so contentious. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Discussion. All right, we have a first and a second. We will take a roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Pasqua?
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hul?
No.
Councilmember Darwin?
Yes.
Councilmember Mars?
Yes.
Vice President Brown?
Yes.
President Verducci?
Yes.
6 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative. Motion passes.
All right, thank you very much. Now we will be moving on to town director reports. Did you want to say anything first, or do you want to start up?
So this is a new part of the budget calendar that the council asked for. So each of the department heads will give you guys a very brief overview of their department, what they're looking for in the next budget year. I also gave them the option of producing a written document to the council as some backup material. Most have, others have not. It was just something to give you to look at. Just from my perspective overall, I will be asking the council for a 3% raise for all non-union people, with all of the documentation backed up regarding job evaluations like we talked about. So I have that. And the only particular thing in my budget that right now is unknown is the grant writer. So Lisa Andoja should be presenting to you in February as to what she has prepared and what she's been working on and so forth. So in my personal town manager's budget, that's the only thing that right now is kind of up in the air. I don't have any solid information on that as of right now. So again, I provided the council president the list. It's just going to be a brief overview. You can ask questions and then we can go from there.
All right, so first up, it looks like we have canvassing department. Before anybody comes up, please just, we really are just trying to get ahead of this. This comes a little bit from last year, was a lot of our first kind of budget season. We jumped right into numbers, and we didn't get a good sense sometimes of what the program did, highlights, lowlights, what's needed, and so on. So this isn't any kind of inquisition. I just want to put everybody at ease. I'll make jokes, whatever you need. But this is purely educational purposes. As the town manager stated, we're not doing a budget itself for a few more months, but I think this really helps us get a leg up. So that way, when we do those excruciating budget meetings, we're not going back to basics. So this is to cover your basics. And, we just look forward to hearing from you. Please be honest and brief. Thank you very much. Come on up.
Good evening. I'm Marcy Alves, the Registrar for the Board of Canvassers. I did, as Dan said, I submitted a short summary of my goals, staffing requirements, equipment upgrades, and some potential expenditures that I think we will be new for this fiscal year. But as you all know, 2026 is a statewide election year. We have two statewide elections, the primary in September and then the general in November. So I expect that my budget is going to look a lot like the budget for fiscal year 25, which was when we had the 24 statewide elections. So it's not going to look like last year's budget, but the one prior to that. And so in an election year, we have, certain costs, certain fixed costs, the big one being poll workers. We hire typically 100 to 120, ideally, poll workers per election. And that's mandated by the Board of Elections. So that's a cost that we'll have. Also temporary workers to help with early voting for the 14 days prior to each of the elections. Polling place rental fees, we have 17 polling places. Currently, we pay for about 9 of those. That could always change. If a polling place closes, we have to find a new one. We'd have to pay for that. So I did, I'm going to budget a little bit more than just the, this for the 9 that we currently pay for. We have newspaper advertising fees required by law. Those will be in there. And then supplies to run the polling places, election supplies. From a staffing standpoint, it's myself. I'm full-time, and I have a full-time clerk, Olivia Fitz. We have about 29,000 eligible voters. At this time, I think the staffing is adequate. Both of us are handling the workload fine. I will be putting in this budget some equipment upgrades, namely for electricity to power the polling locations. Olivia and I looked at what we had. We don't have enough. Sometimes these things get lost after elections. Yeah, like the extension cords, extension cords, power strips, all that kind of stuff that we need to power the voting machines at the. No. So we don't have an adequate number, and also the equipment we currently have is not up to code. I talked to the electrical inspector, and they're really old stuff. So also, in addition to it being old, we have some new regulations by the Board of Elections. We have to power all the poll pads. They have to be plugged in all day. So it's going to require new extension cord to power all of those. So I'm going to be budgeting for that stuff, probably maybe $1,500 to get all of the locations up and running. And up to code. The last thing we want is to have an issue with fire or not having adequate power for the polling locations. And finally, just one other note, the primary is currently scheduled for September 8th. That is the day after Labor Day. That presents us with some logistical challenges and also some financial challenges. Logistically, some of the polls we can't set up until the day before the election. So that would mean set up on Labor Day. A lot of the places we use are clubs and churches, and we can't get in over the weekend. So there is a bill before the General Assembly now to change the primary date to the Wednesday after. We're hopeful that that's going to go through. We won't know for a few more weeks at minimum. But what that's going to mean for Coventry and a lot of other towns is we're going to have a little bit of an extra budget for our DPW who sets up the polls, for myself and my clerk. Union members get paid, double time and a half when they come in on a holiday. So I will be tentatively budgeting for that if the primary does not get changed. So that's That's pretty much it, unless you guys have any questions for me. Yeah.
Just curious, do they still have the Help America Vote funds, and anything we can go after? Or?
I'm not sure. I don't, in terms, yeah, I'm not, I can certainly find out. I know there was like just a grant for some stuff that's remaining, but I
Just
can.
to save you a question when we do this again in a couple of months, just to say, you at least look. There's sometimes they get creative with some,
Yeah, I can absolutely
availability of
inquire.
fund- especially if it's for infrastructure.
Mhm.
If the Board of Elections is requiring different things, I mean,
Yeah.
that would be nice if they could,
Mhm.
maybe kick
Yeah.
in a piece too. But, it's wishful thinking sometimes. Go ahead, Councilwoman Capaldi.
Hi, how are you doing?
Yeah.
I'm always talking to you on the
I know.
phone, but not in person. So this
Right.
is a nice change.
Mm.
Is there a way to possibly hire the part-time people or the staff that you're going to have, the pollsters and the part-time people that you're talking about to set up rather than having DPW that is union and time and a half on that day if we need to do it on Labor Day?
Oh, you mean for the day before?
I mean, the day before?
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. We don't have numbers in front of us.
Right.
But I'm just thinking.
Yeah,
out loud,
I mean,
looking-
for that expenditure, I did ask DPW, the clerk there, and just got some rates about what that would be. Again, if the worst case scenario and it doesn't change till the Wednesday, that'd probably be about maybe another $1,500 that we'd have to budget, because we need about 4 DPW workers to set up, and then or myself and my clerk to do it. So, I mean, it's not huge, but it's something.
No,
and
just
everyone-
curious.
Yeah.
I mean, this is how we start scrutinizing the budget, and I get it. And I just have a question.
Mhm.
You said that your electrical is old, and we're talking about
So I'm talking about like extension cords,
So-
the 2-prong ones that have been used now.
Yeah, but so I'm curious. You mean out of how many years no one's ever bought new extension cords?
Well,
I'm just curious.
As you know, Councilwoman, I've only been here since
It's
March
amazing,
1st. So
though.
yeah, so I
We're trying to increase your experience by having multiple special elections.
right, and it's working.
So-
So thank you. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I
it's
looked
amazing.
through. Yeah, I looked through what we had, and I will tell you, I spoke to the electrical inspector, and then I also spoke to DPW, and I asked them about it, and they said it's kind of a running joke all the time when they're setting, and to me, that's not funny. So I'd like to get that. Yeah, I'd like to get that rectified, but yeah, unfortunately, that's what we've been
Sad,
working
but
with.
thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Mhm.
Anyone else? All right. See, told you it'd be fun. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. That's nice. No, it's helpful though. I mean, it will save you time in the future. All right. That is our Board of Canvassing. Next up, the funnest bunch, usually HR. Tell us a little bit about your program. Introduce yourself. I know some of you may not have met.
Good evening. I'm Doreen LaFond, and I am the Human Resources Director here for the town. I am a department of 1, and and I manage the entire employee life cycle for all town municipal employees. So that's the town employees, union, non-union, police. My department handles the core functions like recruitment, hiring, onboarding, terminations. I administer benefits, compensation, ensuring compliance with DOT and labor laws. I manage employee relations, grievances, training and development. I maintain the personnel records, unemployment, TDI claims, accident and workers' comp claims, FMLA, COBRA, and I head the safety and wellness committees here for the town, and I support the leadership here. Yes.
Yeah, he's gone. Councilwoman Capaldi.
Hi. Nice to meet you. I don't think we've ever met.
No, just the last time I spoke to say hi.
Well, nice to see you again. I have a question. I know that HR does a lot of confidential stuff, and I've spoken to the previous council, or we talked about it, that you were out in the middle of the pit of everyone else. Does it make? I mean, you're doing. They oh, you got an office. Thank you. That's what I was going to ask.
That was one of the first conversations that Dan and I had.
Awesome. Great.
And That's why Maria is over here now. I'm straight across next to Dan.
Awesome. Thank
All
you.
locked up.
That's good because when I
Yeah.
first started, you weren't there.
No, I was.
A lot of conversation. This is all confidential stuff and she's in the middle of everything. So that's great to hear. Thank you for that.
was the first thing we addressed and they got on it right away. So as far as my budget, it mostly encompasses myself and training and development for all of the training is in my budget. So the only change that I would request this year is I would need a small increase for my DOT drug and alcohol testing program. There's 45 CDL drivers on it. And the random testing is 50% of those, which brings me right up to $2,300. My budget is $1,000. And then there's testing every time someone is hired, or if they're out of work from 30 days or more, to come back, they have to be hired, they have to be tested again. So as far as my budget, it seems to work. The bottom half of my budget for unemployment, I manage with the finance director. So as far as any kind of an increase, that's really all that I'll be looking for. Thank you.
All right, let's bring up our tax collection unit. The big department. Oh, hello, welcome. Way to go out with the bang.
No.
That's why you sit next to HR.
I gave you guys a little summary of my department. There's really not much more to add. The biggest part of my department are paper, postage, and people. I'm not going to be really asking for anything except a new tax collector. So, I mean, if you have any questions.
Vice President Brown.
I do. Mine are personal to you, Monique. You're going to be a big loss to the town. You've been a great tax collector. You get every penny that is out there. You work exclusively on the sewer program in town. I mean, to replace you is going to be very, very hard. But I know your staff that's worked for you, the people in town hall, they think immensely of you, and you're going to be a big loss to this town. And I just want to thank you for all your years of service to the town. You're going to be a big loss, and you're going to be missed by a lot of people.
Thank you very much. That it?
I guess nobody wants to mess with you on your way out. I don't know. We all work here. We all got to live here. So thank you very much. Appreciate your service. All right, the other side. Who is assessing these taxes we're collecting? Hopefully no big announcements from you tonight. You're nervous. You were all next to HR over there. So again, getting worried.
I am Karen Martini, your tax assessor. I provided you a little summary of what my department does. Did you have any questions on any of that?
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Councilwoman Capaldi.
I like what you're proposing of trying to make things automatic and with the, I don't know if she didn't talk any about the senior taxes and all this stuff.
No, that's just like my wish list this year.
But I want to say, I
Take
really
care of
like
that.
that. I think that's really great. And I would love to find other automatic things that we could do to make your department not so crazy and running around. And I think anything that's automatic is going to help.
Yeah.
So I'm all for that.
Think of anything?
I'll try, but I was
Sure.
really, it was really great to hear that. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think that's another good thing about these kinds of meetings here. I mean, let's get ahead of it now. If it's something we can build in, Along that same point, because we must have both been reading that same area. So, as far as disability stuff goes and the senior tax freeze and all that, are you still the one looking into, letters and things like that, or?
It is my department.
So that's you personally and your staff?
Exemptions, yes.
Okay. All right. So I think, this may just be something we need to talk about.
Yeah, it's not really a budget thing. It's
not a
just kind of
budget
my
thing.
wish.
Exactly. Yeah. And I know that's not tonight, but
Well, what she put in here is excellent.
yeah, that's what I'd like to follow up on that stuff, even just streamlining the application process. I've had some people reach out on that, just to make things a little more HIPAA compliant perhaps. And yeah, so I'm really glad you wrote that out the way you did. Excellent job.
Thank you.
Mr. Hool.
I think just one of the things when you come back for the full budget I'd like to hear like some of the audit, like how do you plan to do that with the automatic, because with anything automatic renewals, there's that higher risk for the fraud. I'd just like to hear like what your plan would be, and it doesn't have to be tonight, what your plan would be and how that audit would work for these random audits.
Well, I gave you a couple of suggestions here.
Well, I see that you talk about the random audits. You're talking about that. The automatic renewals will lead to the random audits.
Or if I have an inkling that something's up, I
Okay.
can randomly audit you.
Okay. So it'll just be more random, not like almost like a computer generated, hey, you're the lucky one today, where, or is it going to be all like human?
It's probably human driven because it's all hands on.
Yeah.
We're a staff of 4. We do all of it. Me and my deputy, Laurie DeSantis, pour through the applications yearly.
Okay. Thank you.
Try and
to grab all you
authenticate
can.
everything we can.
Councilwoman?
For the people watching, because we're kind of talking in code here, I just want to say that the automation or making it easier for seniors to maintain, as long as all the boxes are checked, not like the craziness we had a year and a half ago. So we're not getting rid of the senior tax freeze because that's
no.
always going around. I'm looking on my Zoom over here, but I think it's going to be easier for the seniors and easier for this department to execute this program, which is what we need.
To clarify, what I'm asking for is that we simplify the language in the ordinance, removing the yearly recertification.
So process, not substance. Just so it's
Exactly.
clear. So thank you for making that point. We know we get a lot of
Just so
it.
the council's aware, I think I sent you guys an email about the attempted fraud that Carrie and her staff were able
Right, yeah.
to kind of take care of. And that's something that they do all the time. They're checking the death notices, they're checking land evidence records, they're checking to make sure people don't own property outside of the state of Rhode Island through the LexisNexis system. So there's already things in place that they're doing to try to prevent the fraud or catch people that may not be telling the whole truth. But there is always some ways that people try to get around it, but they definitely do great work in trying to curb that fraudulent activity.
Good. Right, well, thank you very much again. That stuff is going to be very helpful as we move forward. We won't have to revisit a lot of this stuff. So thank you very much. Anybody else? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We through the fun bunch. Now we've got building official.
Chief thought he was next.
Who said I'm not fun? I say no to people all day long. My name's Chuck Phelps. I'm the building official for the town. I have a staff of 4 full-time, 2 part-time, a team loyal to me, dedicated to the town. Our town managers assembled department heads that all care about this town first. So when I go to department head meetings, it's refreshing. I've provided you with nothing ahead of time, but I have it here.
Can't say no to that.
Well, our department's a little different than others, right? It's not black and white. It's very based on economy. For instance, last year, I thought it was slow. We did 500,000 in revenue, performed 3,200 inspections. So those are big numbers. 4 full-time people, 2 inspectors, 2 part-time inspectors. Huge numbers. So we get it done, right? Other than that, going forward, I know something's on your mind, minimum housing, right? So we follow through with your complaints that filter down to us, but we don't proactively go after them. It's a slippery slope. We're considering a part-time minimum housing person in the future. We have the revenue to provide for it through fines, which I don't care for. It's not very user-friendly. It could probably pay for itself, but it's something we got to think about. Personally, if I went by the property maintenance code and looked out the window, every house on the street is violated. So again, slippery slope, juggling act. We react to your complaints. We don't go looking for this, right? So it's like a cop. He has to follow up on a complaint. We do the same. So, I mean, that's kind of probably the main thing we got to talk about in the next year. Other than that, everything's going pretty smoothly. You know, the revenue is coming in, but we get it done.
No, thank you. That's really my main question is you think you're still staffed? I mean, just trying to do the math in my head, 3,200, like you said, 2, or 3 FTEs basically. That's quite a bit. So anything in the future you're seeing, staffing?
Well, I spoke last year and we have all these subdivisions are going to come, but you don't know when they're going to come. All right. So they could have been here this year, next year, 2 years, again, economy based interest rate. You just can't predict it. So last year we got the electrical inspector would come on full time if needed. So far, no need, right? So I have, his hours are allowed to go up to 29 hours. We have flexibility with that. He doesn't get benefits, but he will come full time if needed. I've had the conversation with him. Like I said, they're loyal to me, these guys, and they just work hard. We're workers.
No, thank you very much. All right, Councilman Hool.
Thank you, sir. Nice to officially meet you. I think minimum housing is huge, especially in my district. It's, very dense. I represent District 3. You have a lot of housing complexes. You go up and down Boston Street. I have houses that have 10, 12 cars. Dan, I've sent emails to the chief. Boston Street they're parked on both sides, on the sidewalks. Minimum housing is what we need.
We have a rat.
Yeah.
Cars wouldn't even be in minimum housing. They'd be unregistered.
If they're unregistered, that doesn't fall into your department?
Police matter.
If they're parked in someone's yard, they still don't fall into your department?
Unregistered?
Correct.
Police.
Okay.
Yeah, and again, I didn't want to interrupt you.
No, I appreciate that.
There'll be a few, like zoning violations, are those mine? That's something we'll have to chat about going forward, like in the scope of work, job description. Again, it gets some tentacles in there. So you got to be careful how you move forward.
Yeah, I think we've kind of tried to break it down for you guys. So there's a zoning violation bucket. That's what Kerry does under zoning. There's a building official bucket right now done by Anthony Natalillo in housing. Police have their own bucket. So each of these categories, depending on what the violation is, falls under the different criteria. So if we're able to move forward, if the council gave us a part-time minimum housing person, he would report to Chuck and enforce minimum housing violations only. Zoning would be separate. Unregistered cars and so forth would be separate under the police.
Thank you.
Yeah, we take those calls and we try to, solve them, whether it's our department or a phone call to another department, right? We get spearheaded with them because they think it falls on us, right?
But when you go up and down Boston Street, you know, there's houses with trash, large bulk pickup items there for a month, 3 months. The Bureau breaks up. It's in the road. Like Boston Street is just a nightmare. And the house is on that road. It's like it doesn't, no matter how many emails I send, I'm going to drive home tonight and there's going to be 4 to 5 cars parked on the sidewalks. I'm going to send you a video. And I can identify the houses and something's going to happen and someone's going to come after the town because it's documented that we've said to fix it. You know, you can't park in your driveway because you have 14 cars that are all unregistered. I have rats the size of a cat that I'm dealing with. You know, like all of these issues where it's a breeding ground for all of this. Them houses up and down between cars and trash. So I'm with you. I think the minimum housing is something that this town needs, especially with the development coming up.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you're gonna hear about, well, I complained 2 months ago, right? Send them a letter, send them a certified mail, go to court, it just gets dragged out. You know, I don't know the total solution to it, but, you know, we can work to get better.
And it's hard because some of them are tenement houses and we need to hold the landlords responsible and it's not
Absolutely,
so I
chasing
get it.
down who the owner is, yeah, sure.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, but I think this is a good way that I think a lot of people look at this stuff. So it's always helpful to discern, you know, who's who. So which kind of got me wondering, do we use the work order system in any way like this? Or is that strictly DPW stuff? You know, if someone puts in a minimal housing complaint in the work order, does
Just
somebody
DPW
shoot
has
that?
apparatus in place right now. Everyone else is just email chains.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's just interesting to know. I mean, it might be something we want to look at expanding, just to get better stats on hotspots, cars, you know, whatever the complaints are. Vice President
The
Brown.
complaints are multiple. Right?
Yeah.
Tall grass. Last year, we had
Tall
about
grass.
200 complaints. We don't even have anyone to handle this. We make it up and start doing it. Half of them are resolved without leaving the office with a phone call.
To the owner saying, hey,
Owner, landlord,
yeah.
tenant, landlord disputes constantly. You know, this week, let's see, the 31st will be here. Who turned off the heat? Who didn't pay the bill? It's every month.
Vice President Brown.
More of a comment, as a retired fire chief in town, you didn't really go into it, Chuck, but you guys come out after hours, weekends, holidays.
3 times, 2 holidays in the past week.
Coffee with them at 3 a.m. at fire scenes, time and time again. So your staff, for what you have, does a great job, and they've always been pleasant and great to work with. And I know from my past experience in town, it's been a pleasure working with all you guys. Thank you.
Yep, I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll second that. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on, so we appreciate you. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks. Be safe tonight.
Take care. All right. Yep. Next up, we have engineering. Yeah. Nowhere near, that's no tall grass there.
Good evening, Joe Levesque, Town Engineer. I currently manage a staff of 1, a engineering technician. Engineering is not just engineering, it's also the sewer department. So there's 2 sides of this, and I'll just give you a little rundown of some tasks that engineering does on a day-to-day basis. We do plan review of development and subdivision applications, technical review committee, project review, soil erosion control, permit application review and inspection. We do a lot of that. It's very important. Building permit, site review and inspection, specifically the site work component of that. Drinking water well permitting, demolition permitting. We also established the bond setting when a new project comes online. And we also do the review of the bonds as a project progresses. And also we do recommendations for the reductions of bonds and then the final release at the end. Something that keeps us busy is the administration of the RIPD's MS4 program that's required by RIDEM. It's an annual report. Basically, there's a lot of data that goes into the report. I've noticed over the years that the report that the town of Coventry puts together has been lacking, and I'm looking to increase the amount of data that goes into that report. Last year, I started expanding the outfall locations in town, specifically around Johnson's Pond. We identified 25 new outfalls, so 5 of those will require an annual water testing program that will be submitted to DEM. They're mostly concerned with bacteria in the water. So I am going to continue that year after year, and I'd like to, make sure that we have every outfall covered throughout the town. Before that, we only had 11 identified in the town, so I'm adding an additional 25 just this year, and I'm going to keep going on that. We also have environmental land use restrictions that need annual reporting to DEM. We have a couple of projects. We have the Lake Tioga Gatehouse replacement project ongoing right now. And we also have some projects that we're looking to pick up again at Upper Dam Pond, some of the stormwater quality improvements that we're making up there. We're looking to continue that. The town engineer also inherited the FEMA floodplain manager duties, so that's something that I'm doing now. And then we have the day-to-day, the in-house design of in-house projects and, solutions to ongoing problems in the town. And then if it's something that requires an outside consultant to be brought in, we would manage, the consultant to put the larger project. Something new that we implemented this year to ensure that all this development is being inspected properly is we're calling it a inspection procedures document, and we're giving that all to all new developers and commercial properties, where they'll require the engineer of record to submit a certificate of conformance at the end of the project, that the project was constructed in conformance with the approved engineering documents. So just a little assurance that what is being designed is actually being built.
That's interesting. Is that would be before bond release and things like that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It's just
Interesting, yeah.
physically impossible for me to put eyes on every project at every stage. So this is something where the engineer of record will have to be involved, and they'll have to put their stamp on it that they're approving it.
Yeah, I'm sure the others up here feel the same way. Anytime we can, ensure compliance in those regards is appreciated. So thank you for that effort.
You're welcome. So it is things that, we've noticed, and we're making steps to try to improve the systems in place. On the sewer side, we have 3 pump stations. So we perform an annual, a daily visit to each station. We review all the equipment to make sure that it's operating correctly. We also review the flows, and we keep that data. We compile that data. We also have a couple of flow stations that we monitor. All that data gets compiled. We currently are putting together a couple of flow studies. One has been for New London Turnpike. There's a lot of development in that area. We wanted to make sure that the sewer system can handle the flow that is anticipated. So that is ongoing right now in conjunction with a Hopkins Hill analysis, so the sewer line on Hopkins Hill. So we're also looking to send some of the center of New England flow through that line. So those 2 are ongoing, that they're nearing completion. We've been coordinating with West Warwick to ensure that any infrastructure they have on over our line into their town can also handle the flow that we're looking to send them. So that's an ongoing effort also. We received a couple of RIP grants. One is a little over $700,000 for the Woodland Manor pump station. So the time is of the essence on that project. So we're preparing a design build contract to get the improvements completed on that project in conjunction with an associated grant to replace the generator at that facility. So we're looking to have, do as much as we can for the 700,000. We're going to have a new generator. We're still looking at alternatives for the Coventry Crossing development. They're still looking at different ways they can connect to the force main, so we're working that out with them. We haven't come to a conclusion yet on that. We're also moving forward with the high school sewer main extension project. Other things, you mentioned, Chief, about the 24/7. Anytime we have an issue sewer related, we respond, as soon as we hear about it. And whether it's something we can fix in-house or if we have to call a contractor we have an on-call contractor to get them to do a repair. So, to summarize, I'm not looking for a budget increase. I think I can fit in my work into my current budget that I'm carrying from last year. Any questions? I'd be glad to answer them.
I think we got to just make a note because you brought up sewer. It's something I think we need to address as a council as far as the future of sewers go, subcommittees, this and that. I know we got a briefing from Maria, so I don't know if it's for public hearing or just please get something on the calendar, even internal discussion of.
Waiting for the, it's going to be an ordinance, Maria, is that the next step? Yeah, for the change to get in front of you in an ordinance form.
Yeah, 'cause obviously you come before us with the sewer stuff and we're all like, trying to scratch our heads and figure out where we're at all of a sudden, where obviously if we get ahead of some of this and figure out the governance structure, that'd be really helpful, maybe help you out a little bit too. So great job. Thank you very much. Councilman Hull?
Just really quick, I had in my notes here about the Woodland Pump Station. I remember we had talked about that grant a few meetings back. What's the timeline there? Because that was in pretty rough shape, right?
We want to get that completed by the end of the year.
We haven't started on that yet, the end of
No, that's why we're going to do a design build, so we can first we'll put a preliminary design together, and then we can get all the equipment ordered, and then.
And you think you'll be done with that by the end of 2026?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So again, just more good info for us as we head into this. Yeah. Well, very, very good. Thank you. All right. Let's turn the page to the library. Turn the page? Nobody? Okay. That is a bad one. Yeah, that was a bad dad joke. All right. Thank you very much.
Library director, I'd like to put on the record, I'm always in favor of any and all puns, especially book related. So I did a little chuckle, but I didn't have a microphone back there, so you didn't hear it. So you all saw my handout that has some of our accomplishments from the previous fiscal year. We don't have a ton of major goals for fiscal year 27, aside from looking forward to being able to use the space in the annex, the community learning center across the street for programming. So we're looking forward to that. As always, I'm trying to constantly highlight the library staff. It's really our most valuable resource. They make my job a lot easier. I have to do very little managing, and I can focus on other things. So they're really what holds the library together and keeps it running. And then we're also looking forward to continuing to collaborate with other town departments and organizations on RI 250 programming. So Chuck said it, but also I'll second that every department head in this town has been a pleasure to work with outside of the RI 250 programming and within it. So we look forward to continuing those collaborations. Budget-wise, I realized when I sent out this sheet, I probably should have included an overview of how state grant and aid works, but I didn't think about it until it was too late. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of an overview so you know what I'm talking about when I do talk about grant and aid. So per Rhode Island general law, The state of Rhode Island allocates funding to public libraries. So this includes tax-based aid and endowment-based aid. Some libraries have eligible endowments for that. We don't, so ours is just tax-based. And that's based on a percentage of the total amount of funds appropriated and expended by each municipality for its library. And it's based on 2 fiscal years prior, so the last completed fiscal year. So for fiscal year 27, it's based on the funds that the town appropriated and expended for fiscal year 25, because if you think, fiscal year 26 isn't done yet, so they can't base it on that. So when Grant and Aid is fully funded by the state, as it has been for the past 4 years, the amount of the allocation should be equal to at least 25% of that municipal funding 2 years prior. And we just have some requirements that we have to meet in order to be eligible for the state Grant and Aid. We have to meet their minimum standards, which has to do with having certain policies, the number of hours we're open, the number of full-time equivalencies we have, having a strategic plan. And then there's also the maintenance of effort, which says that at a minimum, municipalities must level fund their library at an amount equal to or greater than the preceding year. So in January, the Office of Library and Information Services, or OLIS as we call them, shares their proposed grant and aid amounts for each municipality, and that's what our budget is based on. So we won't know for sure how much aid we'll receive until our budget process is finished and the governor's budget is approved in June. So we base it on the proposed amount. We may receive more than that, but we won't know until we're finished with our budget process, which every library in the state really loves that. So for fiscal year 27, the governor's budget proposes level funding public libraries, which amounts to 24.1% of municipal appropriations. So we could end up receiving more, like I said, could be up to the 25%, but we won't know for sure until June. So for fiscal year 27, we are receiving an increase in our grant and aid, and the bulk of that will be going to a new server for the library. Very exciting stuff. Ours is at the end of its life, so we're going to need to get a new one. And the changes that would be happening to our town budget is really just boiling down to the minimum wage increase. So as most of you probably already know, the minimum wage increased to $15 an hour in 2025, to $16 an hour this January 1st, and it will increase again to $17 an hour on January 1st, 2027. So to comply with state law, the library is budgeting for a one-time salary adjustment to correct our pay scale. I have a feeling lots of other libraries in the state are dealing with the same issue because a lot of circulation positions, who are the wonderful people who you see when you first walk in the door, start at minimum wage. And since this minimum wage increase started in 2025, we've been sort of chasing minimum wage, budgeting for those raises in January. And as we do that, we're watching seniority fall away. So someone who made $2 over the minimum wage 2 years ago is now making minimum wage. So although the dollar amount has increased, it throws their years of service out the window to be back down to minimum wage again. So with the new pay scale, we'll stay just above minimum wage so that this doesn't become an issue again. You know, if it keeps going up, in theory, we'll be fine because our lowest position would be, I'm budgeting for $1 above minimum wage so that we don't have to keep doing this every time. So this will, of course, be an increase to the library's budget, but we do have some decreases to offset some of that. We actually have some decreases in our benefits, in healthcare waivers and dental. Our payroll taxes are a little lower. Utilities are a little lower. I got a little terrified of rising gas prices last budget season and maybe over budgeted a little bit, judging by how much we've spent this year. So I'm going to be budgeting a little bit less for next year. And then our non-print budget, which is anything in our collection that's not a print book. So DVDs, Blu-rays, CDs, books on CD, our library of things. And we have a line item in our town budget and our grant and aid budget for that. So to offset the salaries, I'm going to be moving some of the town non-print budget into the grant and aid. And then I just wanted to add that the library does take in some revenue. We bring in about $8,000 every year in library fees, which includes overdue fines on the few items we still charge for, replacement fees for lost or damaged items, and printing and faxing fees. So these are used annually in the budget as the first dollar spent, and the revenue reduces the amount that the town needs to generate from taxes to support the budget. And that's all I've got.
Very good. Definitely appreciate it. You're always giving us good updates. I'm glad you brought up the grant and aid because I believe that was something we struggled with a little bit last time, just during the budget presentation, because it's kind of an in and out, and so that sets the stage very well. This again will help us down the road, so appreciate that. You're always coming up with creative, great ideas to involve the residents, so you keep those coming. We really appreciate that. You always have fun activities. Kids and older people alike. So, great job. Great presentation. And anybody have any questions? Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
And I just want to say also that all of those great ideas and programs, I can't take credit for them
Oh,
either.
yeah.
Again, my amazing staff, they just come to me. I say, that sounds great.
Yeah,
And get back to budgeting.
Well, thank you
you.
very much.
Thank you for acknowledging your staff.
Yeah, that was very nice. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Mess around and these guys will throw a book at you. We have the police.
Oh, he's not done. We're not ready for him.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good. I had a bit of a speech presented to you.
Please do.
We'll just go on a summary more. Yeah. I know. I think the most important place to start is personnel. All right. I am going to be asking for 2 additional officers. I'm going to explain a little bit why that's necessary and, where we're currently staffed. So I have on the books right now 53 officers. 5 of those are just started academy 2 weeks ago. So they will not be road ready until October. With that, the 53, we have 3 in FTO, brand new officers. So I say 53 officers, but realistically, we're looking at, 47 officers. Beyond that, we have OJI, we have military leave. My staffing is low. This was last year, we budgeted for 56 officers. That was pretty much, we budgeted for actual what we were thinking we could hire. We ended up, we were planning to hire 7. We were able to hire 8. That was negated because we lost 5. So I'm going up and down and as where we are. However, this is the first time that I've seen in a long time, probably about 5 years, where I have potential to actually staff 58 officers. The applications are up. We sent 5 to the academy, which is unheard of. It's the most that we have in the state for we were able to send. So I do have the potential of getting 58 this year. The reason why we need them. I wrote in there in my summary, I started in 2003. We had 56 officers in 2003. 20 years, we have not increased. 2010, they had up to 59 for a short minute and bumped it right back down. The town has grown. We have population increase, business increase, Center New England. The town is, from where I used to patrol, it's a totally different town. On top of the town growing, the investigations are through the roof. And I wrote a little bit in my summary, complex investigations take time. My detective staff, because of staffing, is so low. It's at the lowest it's been since I can recall. I can't fill another detective spot because I am just trying, I'm not even at minimum manning and patrol. So what I need to do is by going up to 58 officers. It covers for that military leave, covers for OGIs. My guys get injured, just like it's a tough business. I can actually expand to help you guys out as well. Because with 58 officers, I could do the things, 2 traffic division officers. I can add detectives. This stuff, I try to be as responsive as possible. And anything I can do, but if I can get the number of officers to cover my minimum patrol manning, on top of that, add some traffic enforcement in there, it's a much better product. We are so far behind. Our stats, if you look at our arrests, incident numbers, calls for service, compared to the surrounding towns that are equal to us, that have staffing of 70 to 80 people, we're handling business. Our stats are higher than West Warwick. Johnston's in there. They all have much higher staffing, so my guys are working hard. That's basically a summary of why I'm asking for the officers. In short order, I can tell you my 3-year plan is to go up to 60. I think 60 is where we need to be. I can't ask for all that additional at one time, but I think 2 is a reasonable number now. And then let me get those officers in, and then we can look for more. It's an important move forward that we need to do. So that's the touch on the personnel. I can go to operating budget if you want to talk about the personnel first.
Question on personnel?
Interrupt. I just, we're a town that's growing. I want you to be a little bit more aggressive. I'm fiscally responsible here, but, some of our calls, and you've heard from me, is, the traffic enforcement. And, there's nothing like seeing, it's kind of a little bit of excitement when you see an officer sitting in a parking lot and patrol in an area because they have an actual chance to be proactive versus reactive. So I think with the town growing, you should be pushing to that 60, maybe sooner than later. We have a Johnson's Pond that's going to be open up. We potentially need to be looking at a marine unit. I've talked to you about a DOT commercial unit. We don't have one in town. These are all revenue based, and not saying that we want to get out there and make revenue by stopping people. But if you're driving a vehicle through our town at a high rate of speed or an unsafe tractor trailer and our offices get you, then so be it. It's fair game. Driving's a privilege. So if you're going to drive on our roads, you got to do it safely. And especially from my district, I'm sure if you were to break down where the calls come from, a majority of them are probably coming from my district.
I worked it for several years.
So you understand some of the challenges that I'm up against. So yes, like we need to get some of that stuff under control. So I commend you. I think I also I really quick, and then I'll shut up. Your recruitment, your officers who are recruiting, it's working because you wouldn't have the ability to send so many recruits to the academy. And we would be silly to stop that momentum. While I don't want to see budgets go out of control, I want to get the detectives back to doing what they're supposed to do, give you the actual opportunity to run your department for what it's supposed to be. We're growing, and you need to grow with us.
Thank you. And just like Lauren was saying, that recruitment, I oversaw it, but
I see it on TikTok. I see it. I see Tara out there. I see Officer Craig out there. Like it's working,
right? And it truly, we've learned over the last 5 years. All right, we get the recruits in a police car. Go out with us, see what it's like patrolling in Coventry. And every time we do that, they love it.
Thank you.
Yep.
So just for my clarification, when you want to get those new 5 or 10, whatever, are they from new recruits, or are they from other?
We have been extremely lucky with laterals. Our contract is such that it's a lateral. Now, a retired officer coming from another town, town of Coventry benefits them greatly. The contract is so much that we have been able to hire cream of the crop laterals. I'm talking about detective sergeants, lieutenants, guys from all the different departments around coming to us because, in fact, I'm interviewing another lateral, right? We did interview last week. And these are top-notch guys that are willing to come to Coventry. My personal approach on it is I tend to shy away from the young laterals, okay? When I was a police officer, you stayed where you were and you did your career. I was here for 23 years. There's some loyalty there. When I see a guy with 1 year on putting applications out, I don't love it. But also when I grab a retiree that's my age, that knows the business, we can put them in a car and go to work. And these guys are motivated. We have been extremely lucky with laterals. So of those officers, if with the 58, if I can get to 58, 3 will be budgeted as new hires, 2 will be budgeted as laterals.
That's awesome.
Yeah, they're absolutely, we've gotten nothing but the best for laterals.
Councilman Pasqua.
Thank you for the report. I agree with you. Your laterals are great. I've worked with them on calls and they just jump right in and they go right to work. It's awesome.
Yeah.
I would like to see what the numbers are for 60 this year, just to you know, if it's attainable. I mean, it needs to happen. This is such a huge area to cover. And, you know, one call knocks out 60% of your workforce on shift almost immediately. So it needs to happen.
Yeah.
So,
And, you know, and I put in little tidbits in my summary. Center New England, you know, when we were there, dirt road. I mean, look at it now. I mean, we used to chase ATVs in there and now it's businesses, condos, everything. Luba, whole new big housing that's developed over there. It's kind of, it's definitely strange. And I feel like, you know, why hasn't this been done years ago? I don't understand it. Why we weren't moving up. So.
yeah, and I just also think like it takes time to recruit, train, you know, the academy, FTO process, and then, you know, get them comfortable on their own. And when we have these developments pop up, we're going to be behind the 8 ball.
100%. Yeah. Yeah. That's the other thing. When I'm asking for these people, this is a year cycle. This is to go through hiring, recruiting, hiring, academy, FTO. I mean, these guys invest a lot of time. You know, it's definitely, that's kind of why we have to prepare years in advance because we, you know, it takes that long. Operational, any other personnel?
Just to say that was a very stark reminder of how little you've grown. Throwing out that 2003 number to now, that's
Actually,
like
I
really
did that
incredible.
research only because I'm like, you know, I feel like we've always had more. And then there was a brief time in 2010, they went up to 59 officers and then steadily straight down from there. So, and honestly, we budgeted for 56 last year because we weren't going to make 57. Normally we are at 57. This is technically a 1-person increase to the 58. Budgeted was 56 because we weren't going to be able to hit that number. And I wouldn't be asking for 60 if I couldn't get it. I wouldn't be asking for 58 if I couldn't get it. I wouldn't waste anyone's time. But I think, I believe we're right there now.
No,
But I
and
can
then
make it
we
happen.
expect on our side to see an offset in the overtime, you know, because that's always.
And again, I don't want to, Dan's going to yell at me, but 280,000 over overtime projected right now. It's just, and it's nothing I can do. It's completely contractual. It's minimum manning. It's just to get patrol officers on the road. We get 2 guys injured, long-term military. It just, it's a, yeah.
Vice President Brown.
Yeah, I ain't gonna reiterate everything my other council members already said. I agree with them 100%. Low numbers, you need the manpower. The town has grown immensely. Like you, I saw a center in New England being a dirt bike field and chasing kids out of there with bikes and chasing brush fires. Probably before
I'm only 50.
but I know the area well. I know you need more manpower, chief. I'm a super backer of the police department and public safety in this town. I think it starts there. And, you know, if our residents are safe and we can provide the protection, we should. So thank you.
Thank you.
Proud of what we have.
Yeah, my guys, it's a great department, honestly. It's, you know, he just popped in to take a look when my officer came in. He didn't have to do that. He just came in and showed up.
Yeah.
Nice. So, operational budget. I'm going to put one patrol car into the operational budget, which is level funded from last year. We have learned over years and years that 2 patrol cars, frontline patrol cars, should be the minimum each year in order to keep the fleet healthy. We budgeted one for last year, and using grant funding, some impact fees, we were able to purchase a second one. I would like a similar route this year. I'm going to look for the grant funding for that we have for it, impact fees as well. It should be a budgeted item. But understanding, I don't want to raise the budget. I want to do the best I can do to go outside the budget to make those things happen.
This is something we guys could get more creative on as well. I mean, we have those fund balances, at a certain point, do we take those revenues and redirect to CIP? So not only the police, but, other places will be able to have that pool to hit so it doesn't whack the operating budget or the impact fees. So I'm glad you brought that up. Again, this is just a good budget preamble tonight, so that's important to hear.
Yeah, and on those vehicles, just a quick point on those vehicles, we average 38,000 miles per vehicle per year. So right now, I've got 4 or 5 frontline patrol cars that have over 90,000 miles. Now, when I say, okay, yeah, that's over 90,000 miles, we don't get rid of those cars. They just move from frontline down to detail. And we still use them to death. We'll use them for another 5 years as detail cars. And then after that, we'll look for some type of special services we can use with them. Nothing in the budget goes to waste when it comes to vehicles. We will use those and continue to use those. We don't just say, oh, it's a frontline car. It's too old, get rid of it. Nope, it's always used, goes down. But that's what I mean by operational healthiness of it. You need to keep that cycle going because we have to replace all those vehicles all the way down. So that's, understand, I'm not just asking for 2 vehicles and we're going to get rid of the rest. We're going to use those vehicles.
Yeah, we can put plows on the front and
I don't
maybe
anything.
throw some sand out the back while they're
You
driving.
guys want cars?
Yeah. Councilman Hool.
And just another point, when you put those vehicles into detail, those cars are actually at that point really kind of paying them back
Making money.
at that point. So
Making
we may not see it when you first get them, but we're seeing it a few years down the road.
Making money, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. The other vehicle I did need is the animal control vehicle. Right now, our officer is using a 2014 SUV that has 175,000 miles on it. That vehicle was a frontline patrol car down to detail, and we shipped it off over to there. First off, it has no business being an animal control vehicle. We don't need an SUV. We have the supervisor SUV and we have a van. We found out that van is what they need. I put in here that I would like to put it in the capital budget. However, the capital budget is not a guarantee. I'm not going to guarantee I'm going to get that money, but this is a critical piece of equipment that I need for animal control. This vehicle will last them 14 years, will all be gone, and they will still be using this vehicle. It's a one-time purchase. So if I don't get it in capital, impact fees is where I want to go with it. But just that's how critical this piece of equipment is for my people over there. Number one, it's the same price as one of the SUVs, but it's a much better platform for them. It's a van where they can actually transport the animals they need. And you see them, they're doing felony arrests. Just last month, 2 felony arrests on animal abuse cases. They're busy. It's not like just out there catching dogs. They're actually investigators. They seize animals, and they are far beyond other towns' animal control. We are very lucky to have them, but they definitely need that equipment. They're working in a shed behind the DPW. I can't affect the building. I don't have that type of capability yet, but they need the equipment to do their job.
Councilwoman Capaldi.
I know with your predecessor in last year, 2 budget seasons ago, we were talking about the shack or the shed. What can we do? Because it really, that thing predates Councilman Brown.
So It does. And actually, back when I was a captain, back when I was a captain, I met architects over to that building. And they had a full crew, and they basically said, no, knock it down and start. We saw what we did see that worked, or in my opinion, worked well, was North Providence, Johnston, and Smithfield, where they did a combined animal control building. It was you see that sometimes with SWAT team. We have a joint SWAT team with West Warwick. To go in there and renovate that building, in my personal opinion, is useless. That needs to be done. Use the platform and do it right. What that takes financially is beyond my expertise in it. But we did have a architect team over there. And I forget the name of the company. I didn't have that prepared. But their recommendation was start over. Probably
Another item for long-term capital planning.
And then
Go ahead, Councilman Brown.
Could we look into maybe getting a portable office or something and getting them out of that environment? Even if you go the way of building a new dog pound, it's years and years and years.
Yep.
So for the safety of the people and the creature comforts that they need, heat, I think we should probably look at maybe doing some kind of portable, office so that they're comfortable and they're protected and we're looking out for their health and safety. So just my 2 cents.
And Chief, another thing I had thought about too was, again, with expanding onto what we don't just think about what we do now, but the second floor, an EMA office. We have our EMA offices over at the annex. Luckily, we didn't get kicked out, but something like that could open up grant funding if we have an EMA building. So all those options would be fantastic. But again, you're right about just come, I'll meet you over there anytime. That's not great. And the business they do is great. But at the very least, this year, they definitely need that vehicle. We can get that done for them. They're not expensive. It's not like $100,000 vehicle. It's just a regular van, outfitted specifically for them. And they've already seen that in 2024 when we bought it, they saw that it's ideal. They love it. That's what works best. So we need to do that. And again, this is a 14-year investment. And so, but yes, anything, I'm open to anything with the building. I mean, that's definitely a long-term project, but yeah, it needs to be done.
Yeah, I'm just thinking short term, maybe we can look into getting something small and portable that.
Maybe a good portable trailer or something like that we can set up there.
Anything that
We
would
can look into that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I did see Hans yesterday morning when I stopped over at DPW.
Sure.
He was over there and that dog looks absolutely super.
Oh, yeah.
When I saw him yesterday morning. So great job by your officers and
Yeah.
taking care of business.
I mean, I've been with them. We've done search warrants, kicking in doors with these guys. They're legit. They've been to investigating school. And it's, no one likes to see those cases of animal abuse.
Didn't Hans get adopted?
Yes.
Awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, we see that too in any type of abuse cases. Generally, they get adopted there's adoption available. So it works out good. I've adopted my dog from there too. So back in the day. So I'm taking up way too much time. I'm sure I'm way past over my thing, but I just want to let you guys know in conclusion that we use, I put it in my thing, zero-based budgeting. I go line by line. Anywhere I can save, I'm going to save. I just got my IT budget. We're going to have that $60,000 increase that I talked to you about in December. Literally every service contract, we look at every single thing. I will come to you with the lowest possible. My operating budget is $700,000 out of $14.8 million budget. So the operating budget is pretty tight, but I'm going to look for everything I can do to save money where I can. That includes JAG grant, COPS grant, EMPG grant. That's for the bulletproof vest. Seizure funds we have as well. That there's a little bit of specific equipment we can buy with that. But anything I could do outside of the budget to make you guys' lives easier, I'm going to do. So just wanted to let you know that.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it.
Any questions?
All right. Thank you very much. We have our friend, Mr. Robillard from Human Services up next. Good evening. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Bob Robillard. I'm the Director of Human Services for the town of Coventry. I've worked for the town for 32 years. Not all at the same time. I actually came back. But I, like my department heads before me, we have some of the best staff. They make us look good. We provide services to a growing community, an aging community. By 2030, the number of people that are age 65 will outnumber the age of 18. I think that's very significant. As a community ages, those services for that population need to be looked at as well. We work closely with every other department, literally every other department. And I think it's an important piece to say that's what community is supposed to be. You know, collaboration, communication, and, getting services to folks that need them. I had given you a really brief, because I'm usually very wordy. I gave you a very brief overview of what we do. But my department is in charge of the human services. So we run the senior center in our town. We provide services and collaborate with local entities around mental health, substance abuse. We work collaboratively with the school district. We have a lot of clients in common. We work with families. We work with children. Pretty much every age spectrum that lives within this municipality we work with. One of the big focuses we needed to get some transportation for our community. We were able to get those 3 vans at no cost to the taxpayers of Coventry, and that was $403,000 worth of vehicles. And that gets our seniors to our center. It gets them to shopping to get their basic human needs met. Folks over to our food bank. Our food bank is, and I gave you some of the statistics on so far the level of services that we provide. That's been a big thing this year with the shutdown of the federal government and loss of SNAP benefits and increased needs for heat, shelter, all those things that social services helps connect people to. We work a lot with veterans, both younger and older, and their families, and connecting them to services. We work closely with the Rhode Island Veterans Center that's in Warwick. And a lot of those services that we connect people to that are out of town, the opportunity for us with this learning center is to bring those services into town. And we're going to be collaborating with that 38,500 square feet of space, which is unbelievably significant. And also, I think, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for this town to get funded to renovate and be able to use that for whatever services you see in the future. But to bring those services here. One of the really key things that we're working on is we have signed memorandums of agreement right now with mental health clinicians. We will be able to actually have a child psychiatrist within our town for the first time ever. And that's 1 day a week. They'll be here, but services, mental health services will be here all the way through that around the clock. They have confirmed, Thrive Behavioral Health confirmed hours of 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. on a daily basis to have those services in town. Also, a GED program is going to be co-located across the street. That's with Comprehensive Community Action. That Rhode Island Vet Services are going to locate here in town and actually be able to do veterans cafes, education, connection. The West Bay Community Action are going to have some of their conflict-free case managers in for folks that have disabilities, and they do annual plans with them. I actually have a walkthrough tomorrow with the Office of Rehab Services, which a Rhode Island department out of the Department of Human Services, where they provide job supports and training and actually meet with families of folks with disabilities that'll all be in the same space. Our goal is to have one-stop shopping across the street. As our library director talked about, there's going to be a space, well, they're actually going to double the space that they have for children's services. And that means after-school programs, that means weekend programs. We're looking at homework clubs and a variety of supports around that. And a program that I also am in charge of, Project Friends, which is a program for adults with developmental disabilities. We're going to be able to do their job supports and build more opportunities for a connection with the transition program, the special education program as children are aging out. They are actually going to be able to get job supports from the age of 14 to when they graduate and actually have those skills and opportunities that they don't presently have. So I'm really, I get emotional about this stuff because it's a big step for our department. I have great staff that makes this possible. And also I think it's, the reason I came back, and sometime I'm going to actually, the irony is we were in pretty much an abandoned school as our senior center for many years that looked like it was going to fall down at any moment. And now my department is actually going to have two of the newest spaces in town to provide those services and coordinate those services. So it's more not just our department, but it's pulling resources in that have not been in our town. And I think there's going to be a big benefit. And as far as my budget and what I'm looking for, I'm not looking for anything from the town budget additionally this year. We have, with this particular grant, have funding for programmatic assistance. We're going to be looking for a couple of part-time receptionists. And also we'll be coordinating. It's kind of the first year we've ever had to do this. So it's kind of a big undertaking, but with the support of the Department of Public Works and getting this moving, and our town manager and assistant town manager, and pretty much every department has come up and said, how can we help? We know this is a big piece of service that can actually happen in our town. So we're very excited about it. And it's an opportunity, I think, for us to show what we do. I don't think a lot of folks in our town don't know what we do until they need us. And then they see exactly what we do. We connect a lot around, we do a lot of work with our police department. We do home visits with our workers and team with police days after the call to provide services wrap around so that people get what they need and stay connected. And it's been reducing the level of recidivism in certain spaces. And we really look at that collaborative approach. It's the only way it works. But I didn't give you that in my brief statement, but I just wanted to let you know that it's, I think, a key time in our growth as a town to be able to get those services right here.
Well, let me just say, your passion and sincerity is very appreciated for the work you do. It's incredible work. I can remember when we cut that ribbon over there to start off. Geez, I don't know, a little bit now ago, the governor showed up and we had Project Friends there. They were so excited. I can't wait to see how it all ends up. I think you're 100% right. I don't think people realize the magnitude of what's going to go on in that area. When you're dealing with these populations who won't have to travel as far, they can stay in town for services, all the connections they can make without having to go to, a state building or things like that. Really tremendous effort. And, I applaud you and I appreciate you.
Can't do without my staff.
Oh, you guys are all the same tonight. That's so nice.
It's
so
the
nice.
truth, though.
That's
We're
really
not
nice.
a
You're right, yeah.
department of one. And I think that's a real important case that people need to hear.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Councilman Houle.
Two things. I think it shows a leader, a true leader, when they give their staff the credit versus taking it. So thank you for that. I just want to acknowledge it. One of the things I know you have coming up is the grants in regards to some of the temporary staffing. And I'm just curious to know, looking forward down the road, maybe 3 or 4 years, are you going to start to find ways to keep those staff moving and on board here to not stop any of the services that we're getting up and running? Or will it just be a grant? Like, what's the long-term plan there?
Well, it's a combination of two things. One of the benefits of having local collaborators come in, other agencies come in, is they're bringing their staff. So they'll have clinicians there, they'll have teachers there, they'll have resource workers there. The goal is to see it expand. I mean, I had given you folks a QR code for the survey. I suggest if you haven't checked it out, basically all these services are a result of what the survey results are. So it's based on not my department's thoughts, although they're pretty accurate. The results are around families that want services to help their children succeed in education and deal with mental health and physical health issues, staying connected, and also the best thing is we have a starting point now. I see this evolving pretty significantly over time where other partners will want to join in too. One of the things we found with this model is, and it went back to after the station fire, when we had all of the state, federal, local programs all in one building to make sure folks had the next step. And I think that model is really what makes sense, and it makes sense here, but I think it makes sense and replicable in any community if they actually look at it as a collaborative. Let's partner instead of people fighting for the funding and all that stuff. I think it'll open up grant funding for rural health programs, and a lot of that is a focus on the federal level right now. So all those community partners saying, oh, we're going to do all this in the same space, rather than I'm only going to do it in my spot, or so people won't be, I believe that that's what the future would look like. And funding positions, ultimately, I'm hoping that we fund it on a minimal level at the town level, and that folks bring in those services. So these MOAs are for 5 years. This grant is for 5 years to provide those services within that space. And the hope is, and one of the things that I think the public should know is, the survey is based on and will be open for 5 years. We want people's input. This needs to reflect what the community wants, not what Department of Human Services want or any of the collaborators want. But we can bring in services. We're looking to have job fairs and health fairs in this space, having the Department of Health, Department of Labor and Training, Department of Education come in and provide those services that we pay our tax dollars on the state level to collaborate with local municipalities. Well, that's what we are, and that's what we should be doing.
Thank you very much. That's, yeah, it really is. And again, just to remind our folks, this is how many less things we need to talk about now when we get to that budget exercise and see those line items. So, yeah, I think it should be the case. But all right, moving on. Thank you very much, Mr. Oblard. All right, we've got Parks and Rec. All right, let's wreck this place.
Okay, you said it, not me. So, all right, greetings. So just overall, you probably know what we do. We're pretty visible, probably one of the most visible departments, DPW probably being the most. So just a little bit about our department, then I'll jump into kind of some budget things, what to expect, what to look at in the future. We're currently a staff total of 11. We have 7 on the park maintenance side, and we have, I'll include myself on the recreation side. So we have 4 on the recreation side. We think that's sufficient. We're pretty good. The department has kind of fluctuated. It's grown, it's shrunk, it's grown, it's shrunk. Not to sound like I'm stealing everybody else's answers, but my staff is terrible. The only one who has the worst staff. No, they are they're really good. They know I think they're good. That's why, right? They know it. We've had discussions where we're all comfortable at the level that we are to be able to do what we need to do with the number of people that we have. So not looking for any growth in staff whatsoever. Just to highlight what my staff does, I mean, obviously my maintenance guys are phenomenal. They are ones that can do a lot of different things. They are not just guys who go out and cut grass and weed whack. They are guys who have skills beyond that, who do carpentry, who do fence work, who can do all of those things that help minimize going out and finding vendors to do those services. On the recreation side, I have 3 people that are outstanding workers, that are town residents, that have passion, that are always looking for something new and different, and not settling for, well, that event went well, that program went well, let's just copy, paste, repeat. So that's why we're pretty comfortable with the staffing that we have and what we're able to offer. Looking ahead, as far as things that to put on your radar, thing number 1 is Briar Point. We had up until a point, had a successful summer last year. Blue-green algae and the cyanobacteria kind of took that away from us. But I'd like to continue that with your help to do the same thing we did last year. Do the 3 days, the Friday, the Saturday, the Sunday, and then the holidays. So the staff that I had was great. Hopefully I will get them back. But we're going to need to add lifeguards over there. I'd like to get 2 lifeguards over there. 2, because you'll have 1 in a chair. DEM said we only need 1 chair over there. There were 2 before, but given the size of the beach, you can get down to 1 chair. But on those 90-degree days, you need somebody, a second lifeguard who can man a first aid station up by the bathrooms, who can be relief for them. You can get on a rotation so they're not out in a chair in 90-degree weather for long periods of time. So that's something that will be on your radar. Hope we can move forward with that. Still planning to sell seasonal parking passes with the staff. Learned a lot from last year. I think we can offer some day passes for residents and non-residents. I think we can do that. So I've looked at a couple of different parking apps, Park Mobile, and there was another one, I think it was Park Pass. The system that we use currently, MyRec, the software we have, has a point of sale feature in it. Done some looking into that. I think we can utilize that, and we already have that. So we'll probably try that this year. I'd like to do some discounts as well. We got some feedback from people about military and senior discounts. So in determining rates, we'll work those in as well. So, kind of take what we did last year, but tweak it based on what we learned. As far as capital improvements, the council was generous enough in the last couple of budget cycles to approve some new vehicles for us. So I think as a fleet, I think we're pretty good. Our oldest vehicle is from 2018. So they all have just regular town miles. The thing that beats them up is pretty much the winter. There's a couple of them, 3 vehicles that are plow vehicles. So the salt, the plowing, that's kind of what beats them up. So what I will be asking for this year is just a replacement of a landscape dump body on an existing truck. Just refresh that. There's some rot on the side of it. Like to get ahead of that. It is one of our plow vehicles. It is also have a sander on the back of it. So would like to get that. As far as the maintenance equipment, mowers, I think we're pretty good for now. This budget cycle, I wouldn't ask for any additional equipment. I do have an old cutter from 2006 still in service. I think in a future budget cycle, that could be a capital budget item, not for this one, but just looking ahead, rotate that one out and get a new mower in. As far as capital budget goes, outside of fleet, outside of our equipment, I think it's time to start to look at some of our facilities. I think facilities are going to need some improvements. If you look around, Payne has old lighting back from McCoy that was taken down, I think given to another town and then eventually came over to us. Coventry Little League is very active. They have a large number of participants. So Payne lighting is something, not necessarily this budget cycle, but looking ahead to look at. Some other things that we should look at long term. Fencing is an issue. A lot of fencing is either warping or a lot of fence posts are coming up from the ground due to the frost heaves. So those cement footings are starting to come up. So redoing some fencing at Payne, at Raven, at Foster. Foster concession stand is, I'd like to get that open this year. Shouldn't really cost that much to get it open. DAI was able to come in and clean it up and remediate a lot of like mice feces and some other stuff in there. So hoping the Leafs can use that. But the siding on there is not good. It's old and it looks terrible. And then we have court improvements. All of our basketball courts, tennis courts, there's a number around the town that are aging and will eventually need to be repaired. So these are all things that looking ahead 5 years, those are all things that, you know, we can tackle. They're not something we're going to tackle now. They weren't created in a budget cycle. They won't be fixed in one, but all things that as they come up, remember back to this moment, this is where it all started. Other things we can do ourselves with your support through our operating budget in our property maintenance. We can make small improvements to fields. We can make fields better. We worked on Rice Field, Spearman Field, and Quidnick Field, and made those better. Lips in the outfield, from the infield transition to the outfield. You know, sod cutting, getting some infield mix into there, just making those better, giving them a little TLC, giving them a little attention. We do a couple of those each season. Then all those fields will start to see a little bit more improvement. So those are all things that we can do in our operating budget. We can plan for those. It's not like we need anything additional, just your support for what we asked for from last year to this year. No increase, just we'll manage on our end what fields we want to target each year, work with the leagues, see which ones they would like to see some work done on. So that's, I should also mention, in shouting out my staff, I was looking over some numbers as far as registration, participation in our programs, in our events, that we have an overall, from calendar year 24 to calendar year 25, I didn't go fiscal year, I went calendar year. We have seen an increase of participation at about 8%. So, and at least 3 out of every 4 person registered for anything that we offer is a Coventry resident. So I think it's important to note that your support of us is going directly to the residents here. So the people in town are participating. Hopefully they're enjoying what we offer. And I think that's a credit to the staff that I have and what they put together, and you know, finding new programs, enhancing existing ones. So just know that your support of us reflects on the people's participation in our department. So that is pretty much all I have. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Great job. I appreciate that overview. Councilman Hool.
I think for me, you mentioned the dump bodies. So it's one of like my largest complaints that I have of these trucks driving around town. I don't understand why that rust is just there. Like it doesn't ever get sandblasted. It doesn't ever get Rust-Oleum put on it. It's just literally rusted. And it's remained like that driving all over the town. And it's not just your department. He's going to get it from DPW. It's the same thing. What is the process and why are the dump bodies not being maintained like the trucks are? Because, you know, it was sold to us with this car wash, right? So if you, Ace Sanitation, who handled that car wash at DPW, if you jump on their Facebook page, Coventry, you know, the fire trucks are going through there. It's all over their Facebook page. if you look at the comments, Ace Sanitation themselves, and I may be saying the name wrong, only said that on an average, it expands the life of the vehicle by 1.5 years. It's in right. I screenshotted it because it wasn't the message that we were sold up here on this. Nothing to do with you.
Right.
My concern is why can't something as small as a can of Rust-Oleum, and I laugh at myself for saying it, but truly appearance is half of what we are putting out there. We have trucks driving around, nothing as simple as sandblasting or Rust-Oleum, spray paint, a crayon, something. That's where I would like to see, we get up here and we say we need a dump body. Well, that's because it's just able to rot for the next 10 years until we buy another one. I want to see the maintenance is what I'm looking for.
Yeah, I mean, speaking for our fleet, the truck that needs the replacement is a sand. It has salt in it. So between driving and between spreading the salt, on days like today, you can't clean it out. So it just sits there and it eats and it rots until you get a day when it's 40 degrees or higher, and then we can break out a power washer and wash that truck down. But we're not going to see temperatures like that for the next week or maybe two. So that material just sits on the body and it just eats at it. So we try as best we can when the weather is nice to clean out the trucks. But that salt is
cleaning them and like maintaining the rust is what's killing them.
Councilman Pasqua, you got something on this one?
I do. So, and I know Vice President Brown can probably back me up on this with our experience with heavy trucks for a very long time. These things don't rust on the surface, they rust from the inside out. Right. You can't get Rust-Oleum on the inside of the frame, like in the tubulars of the frame. The frame has several holes. Right, but the bodies are rotting from the inside out, not the outside in, is what I'm trying to tell you. So the frame and the bodies have small, like dime size holes in them where they actually are meant to leak water out if they get water in them so they don't hold it. But what happens is salt and stuff and all this brine that they use dries up in there. And literally the number one and really the only way to deal with this is to neutralize the salt with chemicals and wash it out. And these things will rot out if you don't do that. You can't Rust-Oleum in the bottom of a vehicle. They just don't do it.
I drove a tow truck. I understand how the beds of the trucks rot. Like I bet my father owned a
None
truck
of them are
company.
Rust-Oleum.
I get it, but you can cut that out. You can weld something on the inside. We're just in Rust-Oleum, whether it stops the rust or just the appearance of the public, our trucks are all over. There's 30,000 plus views on that. And we're getting our butts handed to us by a little late for that truck, little late for that truck. It's just like the message and the thought that we're putting out there.
But it's not too late for the new trucks that we just bought. This is really where it's going to make a difference. We just bought 3 new sanitation trucks for a ton of money. And one of the best things that we can do is rinse off and wash the bottom of those trucks as often as possible. Because again, we buy these trucks from Florida sometimes used because they don't have these issues. They're not rotting out because they don't have the salt and stuff that we have. So washing that stuff off and getting off the frame is 1,000% the right thing to do.
I'm not talking about the frame though, let's talk about the body.
But that is part of it.
It's not going to get the inside of the body.
The body and the frame are all connected. That's all the same issue. I've seen a lot of frames rot out where they just crack. So I'm probably getting off topic.
Yeah, we can do car talk later.
Yeah.
Let's get back to this salty dog. Unless you're done.
I am done.
All right.
I open the floor.
Yeah. We're going to fall through it because
To
it
my
hasn't
couple,
been
maybe, but
treated.
yes.
But one question I did have kind of related is, are we sending all town vehicles through that wash if we get the chance? Or, yeah. But that's the idea, is all the heavy equipment go through there. Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right. This is something else here, the town clerk. Oh, wow. Hope you're prepared.
Not frame. No. Like John said, it's underneath the trunk. I've seen it.
We see plenty of you. It's fine.
All right, so I put a brief overview in the packet of what the town clerk's office does. The town clerk's office consists of 4 full-time employees, myself, a deputy town clerk, a licensing clerk, and a vital records clerk. Does anybody have any questions?
Where's the candy tonight?
Where's the candy?
Where's tonight's?
I think we should.
We can certainly go ahead and budget for the candy. I think that at this time, the clerk's office is adequately staffed. But as the town continues to grow with new construction in town, we will have to revisit that at a later date. Because as the construction in town grows, the increase in volume in the town clerk's office will definitely, there'll be an uptick in vitals, licensing, and land evidence, probate, municipal court, etc. But at this time, it's presently adequately staffed, and I have a same great staff underneath me.
Sure, Vice President Brown.
I got in before Councilman Hool. Your office, you're gonna go to OpenGov, I saw, for what, liquor license renewals, is that?
We are going to attempt to try and start with the licensing. I have talked to a few other municipal clerks, and they've started out with the, just slowly with the alcohol licenses and try and do that. We have our dog licenses on OpenGov. It was slowly with that, and it's worked out okay. So we're going to try and do some licenses on that as well.
And what did you put in there? Was it a fee schedule that I saw?
Yeah. So what happened is we've always talked about the licenses in the town, how they could be increased. And in 2024, I did an evaluation of our fees and what we charge in the town of Coventry versus several other towns. And I did it back in 2024. So that gives you an overview of what the towns that I looked at that time in 2024, what we're charging, versus what they're charging.
So we should look at probably increasing ours. Is you gonna come forward with something like that to us, or?
I have, I have it listed. I just gave you a short little version of it. But we can. So, on the chart, it'll show you what we're charging and what we can go up to versus what the state says. We can only go up to a certain fee. So the state regulation for a Class A liquor license, our town is charging $500 at this point. The highest that you can go to is $1,000. We have 5 in town. So you can't go beyond 1,000, but we have 5. You could go up to, if you wanted to go up to $750, or if you wanted to go the max 1,000, but if you want to be business friendly, you don't want to go to the max.
Yeah, I did some of the comparisons based on Joanne's chart, and you're probably looking at anywhere between $4,000 and $8,000 a year if we went to what some similar municipalities are, whether it's West Warwick, Cumberland I used, or Smithfield. So that's the range. If we kind of used what they are charging for the number of licenses we have and the different types, you're probably talking, like I said, between $4,000 and $8,000 and additional revenue.
That reminds me of the other thing that we usually discuss with this, business licenses. Did you?
Right. So we don't currently have a business license in town. We could look into having a business license.
Not even
in
for the
town.
revenue side, just the, tracking, registering. That's something I'd like to keep.
Yeah, I think that the heavy
The
lifting, I
forefront.
think we got about, last time I talked to the Secretary of State's office, I think there's about 1,000 businesses in Coventry. So it's just getting that up and running. You would need like an.
You can't do them for just as they come in, or
Well, they don't come in because they don't have to. all we
No,
get is the
okay, so not
vitrilling.
like
and we
as
get-
they open.
They have a vitrilling, they have
Right.
the Class A's, but like a regular business that doesn't fall into one of these licenses,
the
you'll
way to
never
do
get
it.
them in here. So
Yeah,
we
it's
would
something I
have to do
definitely
a
think
deep dive.
we've talked about that before.
Yeah.
You know, another thing as we go through this tonight that we won't have to talk about another time, but we can keep that on our heads.
Mhm.
That's an interesting one.
Yeah.
Do we know any sense of how many other cities and towns don't have a business license? And again, just due to our size and our growth.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right. All right. I think we've done some work on that too. So we'll follow up on that one. All right. Thank you very much. That's important stuff. It's everyday stuff. You're a busy office. There's always somebody in there bothering you when I come in. So I appreciate you. Yeah. Here you go. Waiting chairs. Like these. They're gross. Well, we have our own budget too. We have a town council budget.
Yes.
I'm with you there. No. Old too. All right, let's move on to our other friends before they shut us off TV. IT. Go ahead.
Evening. Cody Houghton, IT Director for the town. As the title suggests, I'm responsible for all the tech, all the town needs in all the buildings, both here and the other 6 or 7 buildings that the town has. Unlike my fellow department heads, I don't have the privilege of being able to thank my staff. So I don't have one, which leads me to my next point. So the big ask for my budget for the next fiscal year would be a new full-time, to return this department to 2 full-time employee staff. So I envision that employee being full-time and splitting their time between myself at the town and the IT director at the police department. That's kind of the big ask for this budget year. Other changes for the next fiscal year, I've kind of highlighted in the little breakdown I did on the page. But if anybody has any questions on those, I can go through anything.
I think of all the additions we need, we need this one. This is the one we need. I mean, we're opening up the annex now. There's IT needs there. Plus, like Cody said, that his department was always 2 until 4 or 5 years ago, maybe, Cody. So I think this is probably the biggest ask that we really need is a second person for Cody, especially with all the meetings that he's in charge of, like I said, and the other buildings. Out of all of them, I know we need the police and we need a minimum housing person, and there's other needs. Doug needs his additional principal planner, but I think the priority needs to be this IT position.
Yeah, and Doug came with a good approach of, trying to solve some of those issues with it. So just wondering, I hate to be that guy, but IT, technology surcharge, or, anything. I'm thinking, we go live with the license. I know the state does it, $1.50 here, $2.50 here. They're annoying. They add up, but sometimes they're needed to get things off the ground. So, be creative with it. We obviously appreciate the need. We need you all the time. So this isn't anything that's shocking us. So what about Marcus? Is he not staff?
He's not IT, so he just covers the recordings for the meetings.
Okay, I consider that IT. I guess I'm pretty old. All right. To me, that's a big one.
No,
All
he
right.
doesn't handle any of the actual IT needs.
I gotcha. He watches us. Go ahead, Councilman Hool.
Do you have any outside professional service costs that would be saved? Are you outsourcing anything that we could bring back in with this second person? Or would it just be to lighten up the load?
Part of it would be for the being here for the meetings. So the 6,000, I think I budgeted for the person covering the meetings at night. I would envision that being done with the second IT person. So I don't know if I take that entire budget away in case both of us aren't available. I like maybe to keep a little available in case we need to pull them in to cover the meetings. But that would be probably the main cost savings. There's really not much else I outsource. It's pretty much all in-house.
So a lot of your stuff is the actual software and fees and licensing and stuff like that. in your budget as far as, you know, the big expenditures? Operating wise, yeah, I mean, it's not, yeah.
Yeah, I broke it down in
Yeah.
kind of the thing I put out, but if you want to see the specifics of it.
Yeah, no, that we'll get there, I'm sure, eventually. But you know, that's just the way it goes sometimes with the licensing and stuff like that. We're not, and then, you know, to that question, we're not bringing in IT people to necessarily do anything. You kind of order stuff and put it in.
Yes.
Yeah. So, anyone else? All right, you can go back to your fun station back there. Thank you very much, Cody. We appreciate you.
All right, before Bob Savetti comes up, we can address DPW. Right now, Maria is kind of overseeing a portion of that department, along with overseeing the annex project. Mike Jacobone, the superintendent that you guys put in place, is overseeing day-to-day operations, not really involved with the budget process itself. So that's kind of really falling on Bob's shoulders. And also Melissa is doing a great job with Kevin being out. So Kevin, just a quick overview. Kevin's probably out for another 2 or 3 months due to his injury. So again, we're kind of just piecemealing it with staff that we have. Maria's done a great job taking over the annex. I let her speak on that if she wants. And then, like I said, Bob's going to handle the finances. We did get the capital budget from Kevin and Melissa this afternoon. It's about, I'll send it to you guys. It's about $700,000 he's looking for for this year, including a couple of trucks. So as you may or may not know, 5 trucks went down over the weekend during the storm. There's a 50-50 chance we're getting another storm worse on Sunday. I talked to Mike earlier, and he hopes to have at least 3 of them back for that storm. But right now, we're just kind of just piecemealing it together to get through the winter, so we can address some of these needs. So, Maria, if you want to speak.
Can I just?
Yeah.
So I stopped in there yesterday morning to see them guys and thank them, and drop off some stuff for them. But one was a brand new truck that just shut off and they couldn't get it started, and some kind of electrical issue, but a brand new truck went down.
Road
dead, Yeah.
right?
Yep.
Found on road dead.
Mm-hmm.
Ford.
I am a Ford guy. But anyway, those,
On road dead.
Good evening, Maria Broadbent, I'm the Assistant Town Manager. I'm really here to say what a great job the DPW staff does.
Oh, nailed it. Thank you. That's all we needed. Yep. Forget the
No,
storm and
honestly,
everything else.
I'm, you know, we all want Kevin back and in one piece, but I'm glad to help in any way I can while he's out. And I've been working on, you know, tying together the loose ends to get the annex project over the hump right now. You know, you get to the end, it's like, okay, who did what out of order, and, you know, all of those things come into play. But I have to tell you that, yeah, I go over there in the morning and there's guys like with their socks off, sitting on the ground, cleaning baseboards and just doing an amazing job. You know, they are taking floors that have buildups of wax on them that haven't been touched in years and years and bringing them back to life because they're saving you millions of dollars and things that could have been replaced brand new by doing it themselves. You know, it's a space that even folks in DPW said, I thought we should tear this down. And it's really coming to life. We find lots of interesting surprises along the way. But no big deal. You know, everybody's going to be proud when that opens. And we're doing our best to make Kevin proud, because this is a project that was really near and dear to Kevin's heart. Still is. You know, the place was built in 1967. Yeah. Yeah. So I can help it in any way you can, you know, any way you want me to. Every one of those divisions over there, I've either ran it directly or had it under me when I was town manager. So, you know, whatever help you need while, you know, Kevin's getting back together, happy to do it. So.
Thank you. We appreciate, you know, having the ability to have someone with so much experience jump right in on these things. It's super invaluable instead of scrambling. So, you know, I thank you for your availability and willingness to to jump in and tackle different things. And, you know, if you have a CDL, maybe you do a little plowing or.
Nope.
Nope.
No desire for a CDL. I've had a license for a Humvee and a deuce and a half, but and-
Yeah, we can take that.
I promise you that I will not be getting a CDL license.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, no, we appreciate it. We thank you. Yeah. Anyone? Thank you very much. Anything else on DPW? Well, the town manager covers it for him. All right. Wow, that was very informative. Oh, shoot. You remembered?
I did. Yep.
Ah.
Parts budget's over. It's like perfect. Thank you.
All right. So we're actually on a different agenda item now. Oh, geez. Yeah, I know. Moving right along. Mr. Savetti has an update for us. This is we are on page 3, top of the page, item A.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So again, in your package, you have the budget versus actual for the 6 months ended 12/31/2025. As I've indicated on the little comment section, again, we don't do a hard cutoff at the end of the year, so there may be a fluctuation. Some invoices obviously might have been received, today or this week that relate to December, but, that cutoff happens at June 30th. But as of this date, again, you could see where we stand, revenue year to date. So the revenue's trending slightly higher at 53.6%. So year to date revenue, 68,185,000 versus the budget of 127,135,000 rounding. On the expense side, expenses are actually a little less than budget. So we're about 48.6%. But as required by the Council Resolution 2025-46, I did highlight a couple items that, I would project to be over budget based on where we're currently at. First one being the Solicitor's Department. So Solicitor's Department, as of the date of my communication last Friday, the department expended approximately $511,000 out of the $680,000 budget, or 75%. If we project that forward, looks like we'd have a variance of roughly $375,000 or 50% over budget. If you go back and look at the report I gave you in September, I believe we were saying that projected budget variance could be 75%. So we're seeing a little bit of a slowdown, obviously with some changes made in solicitor in that position, as well as potentially some of the catch up from some of the initial investigation or work that's done by the attorneys dealing with some of the litigation, that the council has before, that the town's facing right now. The other one is snow removal. So at the date I printed this out for you, snow removal, we were, 5% or very low was utilized. There wasn't much, obviously, activity. You had some ice and things form in December. As of the date of printing this out, looks like we're projected to go over budget. Now with the storm we just had this weekend, I'm sure we're going to be, well over budget. And what members of the council need to realize is, the snow removal, we had folks out there on Sunday, getting additional pay. Obviously, around the clock, they're out there. But what that also does is because we didn't have trash pickup on Monday, that pushes that to Saturday. So now we have overtime next Saturday. So really, it affects many different things. Again, it's not something we can predict. We can go back, look at the last couple of years when we didn't have much snow and we're fine with the budget. So again, we try to do the best we can when we're budgeting that. So if I had to project right now, my guess is we're probably going to be at least 40% over budget on, the snow removal line. If we get this other big storm this weekend, probably higher. But again, we'll keep you posted on that. As far as other line items, again, I gave you some highlights. I'm not going to go through each one on the sheet that I provided. But there's going to be, some cost overruns within a department. But I'm thinking the bottom line of that department, we should be fine. So an example would be Treasurer's Department, utility costs, right? We budget pretty much 100% of the electricity goes through the Treasurer's budget. we're going to be over budget there. Again, we can't control the cost of utilities. We have, a new building coming online across the street. So that affects us with now another 38,000, 500 square feet of space that's going to be getting utilized. You have to keep the temperatures, obviously, and electricity up higher. But again, we hope within a lot of the departments, although you may see individual line items going over, we're hoping that we'll have savings in other line items. So I don't see any real major issues in any other departments other than two that I just mentioned, but we'll continue to monitor it. I know you just mentioned like repairs. We can't control when the vehicles break down, right? So it'd be easy for me to stand here and say, yes, we're going to budget, 8% per month, and that's how we're going to spend it. It doesn't. When the repairs and things break down, we need to get them fixed so that we can continue to provide the service to the taxpayers. Again, within DPW and the maintenance, we're hoping that we do recognize that we see over budget in the repairs and maintenance line. Hopefully, we'll be able to have savings in other lines within those departments. I know comments have been made in the past that DPW has been over budget. If you look at the last few audits and you take all the DPW departments, right? DPW is broken down to a number of different departments. When you take all those departments, DPWs come within their budget. So we're, again, anticipating that we'll be able to do the same this year. So we do continue to monitor it. If we feel the need that, we need to speak to each director, we'll have the conversation, stop spending where we can stop and, without affecting the services that are provided. Again, if anybody has any questions on specific line items, I'd be happy to answer them.
Just a general question, when we get to times like this, is there any additional checks we put in anywhere to, at a certain cutoff to get additional review before an expenditure is made?
There isn't currently. We don't. It's something we could certainly look at, but each department, they do have access where they can see their budget actual. They monitor it on an ongoing basis. If they trying to put something in that put them over budget, there is a procedure where it's frozen. They can't enter something to continue to go over budget. But
that's interesting.
There's nothing in place that we
No additional,
stop a certain
no
dollar.
additional sign off where they're going to get Dan to sign off on
Not at this
post-its or
point, no.
anything. Okay. Interesting. Overall right now, despite those other items, we're still around 50% available halfway through the year.
Yeah,
So
I think, we're doing well. Again, I've been here a couple of years with the town manager. I think you look at what the results of the town's finances those couple of years. You haven't seen the most recent audit, but that will be out hopefully for the next meeting. We'll have the auditors here doing the presentation. But on the town side, again, we had a surplus of a little over $2 million.
Right.
And I think with the current council as well as your predecessors, one of the goals I had coming in, meeting with the town manager, we wanted to set the town up for things in the future, right? Too many things were being ignored in this town. So we've set up a compensated absence fund where we're trying to set some money aside so that when you have large bust out pays, right? So when somebody's retiring, they're getting paid out their vacation, their sick time. If that's going to push us over budget in the general fund, we have a reserve fund. We can utilize some of those funding. This council's established the capital revolving fund. So I believe that number, we have about 1.1 million set aside in capital revolving at this point. We set up the capital lease fund. So internally trying to finance some of our purchases, the councilman mentions the three vehicles or sanitation trucks we purchased. So $1.2 million was approximate cost. We're financing that internally. So we're trying to do everything to, get some of the vehicles replaced, have everything on a rotating cycle, so that we're not, again, buying eight sanitation trucks at once. So it's going to be our hope that we have another sanitation vehicle in this year's budget and continue to finance it where you have that line item in there essentially for the debt service, but it's basically paying ourselves back. Our fund balance, you're going to see the fund balance in the general fund. It's not where we want it to be. We want to eventually get up to about 20% of the operating budget. We're currently about 16%, but again, continuing to see that increase.
I think that's a major stride and not something we should, sell too short, because I don't know if most of us were aware that that was a goal. That's a standard that we were nowhere near. in the past. So
And those
nothing
are some
per-
of
you
the
know.
things, now that we're caught up on a lot of stuff, my department, obviously, we're not out there providing the service to the taxpayers that they don't see the finance department, right? But we try to bring it all together by working with the directors, make sure you folks are getting reports that you can rely on, that's going to give you information so you can make informed decisions. So we've gotten to that point now where, over the last couple of years, I think you go back, look in the records, and if I've given you a figure where I think we're going to finish, we finish right around that number. So I have comfort in what our staff's putting together and what we're completing so that you have numbers you can rely on. So we just look to continue to move in that direction. And now it's a matter of putting some of the policies and procedures in place, formally documenting a lot of the things we did so that it can get handed down to whoever's in the position going forward so that you have that continuity. We set up a lot of procedures that, bank recs, knock on wood there, they're completed within 10, 15 days of the end of the month, whereas we were 18 months behind a few years ago when I first got here. So that's why I say, and I didn't provide it here, and I should have, but I can give you a balance sheet, which is something one of the former council members said he could never get. We can give you a balance sheet. I can go to my desk today, print it out. You can see how much cash we have in the general fund, what our receivables are. You have all that information there, so.
Well, applaud the efforts. It was a lot to overcome and keep plugging ahead, and I know we appreciate it. How do you feel about your staff?
So on the staff, no, again, we have a good staff, and what people didn't say, we all, recognize our staff and the work they do, but it all starts at the top, right? Starts with the town manager. It does. You could talk to no. When you see my budget, you won't see 1% from me. You won't see 1% from me. You won't see 1%. No, in all serious, right? It starts at the top. When I came here, what we heard was a lot of disgruntled directors. They weren't happy how things were going. You walk through the department now, and the clerk can correct me if I'm wrong. You hear Dan. Dan's visible. He interacts with everybody. There's a good relationship there where people will stay extra. They will do extra to work for what he wants to get done. So.
Well, he was born handsome instead of rich. Councilman Pasqua.
I agree with you, Bob. When I came into council, that was one of the biggest problems we had in town at the moment, at that time, was the morale of the town employees from the leadership at the top. The guy we fired pretty quickly. It was just a terrible situation. We had people who were here for years want to leave, and I definitely applaud you, Dan, for getting that ship right, because that was a huge problem when I came in. Huge.
I'll second Mr. Pasqua's motion.
Great. I think that is it. I'll remind everyone, Director Savetti did give us a bunch of good stuff. So dig in, questions, follow-ups. He's always willing to put that stuff together. Maybe if you get a few and you can answer them, circulate them to everybody. He's always willing to do that stuff. He got right back to me on my stuff. So use him as a resource. He's a good one. Thank you, sir.
The other item on in your packet is the impact fees. So it just provided you an update through December 31st, where you have the balance and impact fees is $1,150,641. And again, you can see the various categories that relates to. So when you hear the police chief mentioning utilizing some of the funds for the animal control vehicle and stuff, you could see law enforcement currently has about, I think that's 330,000, if I'm reading the right line, or 300.
No. That
300,000.
No, that's good to have. We can keep that handy when we making our decisions, Councilman Pasqua.
There's a question on the impact fees. Why is it that the building office doesn't have a item for the impact fees? Do they? Okay.
I think it's designated by either ordinance or charter at the breakdown. So I'm not sure it's something that we could change. I can have the solicitor look into that for us to see maybe if we can change that, because they really should generate some of that revenue to fund, say, minimum housing person. The other one's generating all that money, really.
Right.
All their inspections are generating the money, but they see nothing on the back end, really.
Right. I mean, they're impacted by every development.
Yeah.
Every single one.
Yeah.
So I just wonder, like,
Yeah, you're right.
maybe we need to look into that.
Yeah.
So, if they need a new vehicle or something, they have
Yeah.
a
That's a good
pot of
idea.
money to pull from.
Good point. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Director. Appreciate it. All right. Cruising right along. We've got a set of resolutions here tonight. Item number 5 we're on. These are, I believe, all related to the Parks and Rec equipment. I think we had this before us. I'm willing to do any of that stuff. Yeah. Yeah, last time you were around, I think you got into all the specifics, and now we're actually doing the resolutions to make it official.
Yep, we're kind of getting into the home stretch in terms of putting all the proverbial ducks in a row. Where, the resolutions before you relate to Quidnick and the refurbishment of Quidnick and the installation of a playground in Harris. So we have playground equipment. Well, I don't know how you want me to handle it, but I'll just go through them as far as the two resolutions to purchase playground equipment from Emmy O'Brien. They have landscape structure as they're a provider of landscape structure equipment, used extensively throughout the state, pretty popular play equipment. And then in order to install that equipment at both sites, there was a bid that went out for installers that was opened on January 12th. Omasta Landscaping was the low bidder for both sites. So there's two resolutions to go forward and have award them as the installer for Quidnick and for Harris.
Any major changes to timeline or finance since we last talked about this?
No, to neither. There's no change. In fact, getting this, if we're fortunate enough to get a positive vote on all of these, then I think that'll put us in a pretty good position to get on everybody's schedule. We've already have for Quidnick, there's a basketball court component. We have the vendor for the basketball court. We kind of need to get on the vendor for the playground, because that's you can do the demolition of the basketball court, but what we'd like to do in speaking with GZA is get the playground installed first, work on the back of the site, and then start to move forward. You don't want to put the basketball court in, set that concrete or that surfacing, and then have a piece of equipment drive over it to get to the back of the site. So just if we are able to, if there's a positive vote for Omasta, between them and Cape and Island, who is the basketball court vendor, and ourselves, we'll all start having a conversation, seeing what everyone's schedule is, start communicating, and then we could start getting on people's schedules. Harris is a pretty simple install. I mean, that one is just a playground over there. So it's just a matter of then also ordering the playground equipment. Lead time is typically 10 to 12 weeks, they say. So if we can get that in, so then through these approvals, I think then we just start the ball rolling, get on schedules, get things ordered, and as they come in, be ready to roll. My guys are going to be the ones who will be doing some of the site prep over there. So getting on schedules and knowing the time frame and delivery will help my guys, help us plan when we can prep the site, and then the installers will come in and do what they do and finish off.
Sounds good. Anybody with a question? So we've got, go ahead, Councilman Hool.
Just to verify payment on these, I did notice that A, B, and C all look like they're being done by grants. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes.
Omasta is grants completely paid for?
Yes. Quidnick is a CDBG grant.
Yep.
and Harris is a DEM grant.
I see that.
So those are the two. So
So Harris for purchase of playground equipment, is that also a grant?
correct.
Because it doesn't say that in here. Okay.
Okay, so yes, so Harris is the DEM grant, so purchasing playground equipment, and then Omasta will also do the install on that. Because in the bid, there was a bid alternate that Quidnick was the bid, but within the bid was a bid alternate for Harris. So the numbers lined up. So it'd be good if Omasta, who is a licensed to install this playground, they're certified. So and GZA has done some work with Omasta on other projects. So they liked working together. So I thought it was not only being the low bidder. It sounds like we've got a quality installer as well.
Something else?
One more on section E, because it's almost like I wanted to maybe make a motion as approve these as a block, but it's in regards to the furniture, the fixtures, and the equipment for Coventry Community Learning Center. Is that also being covered?
That is not me.
That's not you.
That is
Okay,
not me.
understood.
That's part of
Thank you.
that's part of the grant.
Just wanted to
for
make
the,
sure I
learning
had them
center.
separate. Thank you.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe we do the first four. And,
Yep, that's what I was
yeah.
asking. So are you ready for that?
Anybody else? I think we are. We have a group of 4 resolutions. We've got 2026-3, 4, 5, and 6. That makes sense.
I'd like to make a motion to accept those as a block.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All right. Oh, sure, please.
Or, that was all 6 you mentioned.
I was saying -6.
I'll word it out. I'll read it. I'd like to make a motion to take resolution 2026-03, 2026-04, 2026-05, and 2026-06 as a block.
I have a motion on there. We have a second. Vice President Brown, any more discussion? Hearing none. This is just on the motion to take it as a block. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. We are back on the resolutions, which we will now vote on as a block. I will entertain a motion.
I'll make proof.
Motion from Councilman Pasqua, second from Councilman Hool. Any discussion? All right, seeing none. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. Thank you very much, Director.
Thank you
Appreciate
for your
it.
support. Appreciate it.
We'll see you out there on the playground.
Absolutely. First swing is on me, by the way, or slide,
Oh.
whatever you choose.
Yeah. Yeah. As long as the fire department's there. All right, we got one more resolution, 26-7. This is on the FF&E. Did you want
Director
to?
Robillard is going to speak on this. He's kind of overseeing that part of the project.
Right. Thank you,
So-
Director.
So this FF&E is for all of the furnishings, fixtures and equipment for next door. We actually had this go out to bid and didn't have any bids initially. And then the manager followed up with all the bid recipients that it was sent out to. And we actually are presently working with WB Mason. They are within all the guidelines of what we're looking for. And I've actually sat with their representative, gone through the list, includes a list for all of the library space as well. It's all the office space, all of the computer lab furnishings, the cafe that's going in over there as well. So there's just a lot of space to put in all the furnishings, and that's what the final bid came out to based on our specs that were sent out in the original RFP.
Appreciate the multiple attempts at procurement. I mean, sometimes you do the best you can. WB obviously is a standard for a lot of the stuff. So I assume, at least you went back after we didn't end up with anything. It's a tough market sometimes for that stuff. So appreciate that. And then just to clarify, I think you already started saying it when we were talking on the last one. This is out of the same original
Out of the
pile of
4.7
APRA.
million.
Yeah. Okay, so just for everyone up here, still, still we're including that in total project cost. Okay. All right. Anyone with questions for the director? All right. Seeing none. Oh, did you have one? No. Okay. I'll. Question for the solicitor on this one, I believe. Do we need page 92? Question is, do we need to amend the amount stated in the resolution? I think you're saying what, line 11 or? No, sorry.
So we're not on, are we on resolution 2607?
Mhm.
Okay, mine, I don't have any line items on mine.
Let's see.
What's paragraphs?
Less if it's
Yep.
4.8.
And is that not true?
Oh, 25.
Is that not true?
I think it's true. It's just we're being very deliberate with the spending. And then the funding says it's coming from a $4.8 million grant. I don't know if we need to reference the actual current cost of it, or was that the beginning cost of the beginning budget for the grant?
4.8 million is the grant, correct?
I'm just making sure
Yeah.
that's how we've referenced it in the
Yeah,
past. That's fine.
yeah.
Okay.
Yep. That's the grant.
I think we're
Disregard.
Okay.
Disregard.
The councilman's concern is whether or not there's a running total to show there's enough money in there, right?
If it needed to be referenced at this time.
I think we're good.
Okay.
It's the grant's named above, it's the Rhode Island Pandemic Recovery Office, right? Yeah.
All right. Where'd we leave off?
Make a motion to approve resolution 2026-07.
I'll second it.
Motion, second, discussion. Seeing none. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. Thank you, Director. Appreciate it. All right. You didn't miss anything. Nope. Thank you. Public comment is next. We are looking for anyone here. Public comment on undocketed items. Come on up and state your name and address for the record.
Hi, Sunny Ives, 6 Red Maple Road. Can you hear me okay, or should I lower? Okay. First of all, I want to say this was a great meeting. I don't get a chance to come to these often. I was here at the last one and I left feeling kind of sad because it seemed like there was a lot of animosity going on. And this was wonderful. I mean, all the positive stuff that I got to hear everybody doing in town. Like, I love this town. I love living here. I know there's a lot of great things going on, but it was great to hear it all. Anyways, I came up because I wanted to say thank you for approving the contract. That's huge. So I wanted to make sure I said thank you for that. I also wanted to bring something up. I went to the school committee meeting. I usually try to go to those meetings, and I mentioned it there. And I also want to mention it here. Just in general, our society right now seems to be very divided. People seem to be taking a side and having a really hard time coming to the middle. One place that I notice this division happening a lot is on social media. I'm not a fan of social media. I think it came about and it was supposed to be this great place for people to share things, share ideas, share pictures of babies. And now it just seems like a place that people say things that they would never say to someone's face. And I think there's a really great way of using it, telling people, hey, we're having a meeting tonight. These are the things that are going to be discussed. Or we had a meeting last night. It was awesome. Every director in town got up, shared what they did. It's a great way to know what's going on in town. Those are really positive ways that we can get our community to come together more. this is just my opinion, obviously, but I think if we try to avoid the negativity, we all feel frustrated at times. And I think we just live in a society where we want to voice our opinions so people know where we stand, and that's important. But if we could just voice like, okay, we're concerned about this, we're having a meeting, let's get together, we want you to hear it. Especially now, like, I know, I'm like, this is past my bedtime, but I don't know how you guys do it. But not everyone can make it to the meeting, but they can watch it on Zoom. They can listen to it later on YouTube. There's so many ways for people to access the information, especially if they're watching it later. They just fast forward through the executive session, anything they're not interested in. I'm just asking if it's possible to try to be more civil on social media so that we can get the community come together. I moved here in 2012, and what I see with the school committee and what I see with this council right now, we are moving in the right direction. This town, you guys are looking at everything. We're moving in the right direction. And if we stay positive and we focus on the great things that are happening here, I think the community will follow along. So thank you for everything you do, for the time you spend here. I really appreciate it. And I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Facebook isn't always real, but the work being done here certainly is. Thank you very much. Anyone else in chambers? All right. How about public comment on undocketed items on Zoom? Not seeing any hands. You seeing any, Cody? All right. That will conclude that part of the agenda. We now will entertain a vote to go into executive session. Or motion, sorry. Guys, we have to do it. It's on the agenda. There's coffee back there. I don't know. What do you want to hear? A motion?
I'll make a motion to move to executive session.
I have a motion. We have a second. Any discussion? We do need a roll call.
Like the provision.
Oh, sorry. You're right. I knew there was something off about that. It's too easy. We will be going into executive and closed session pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A2 for litigation matters, discussion of prospective litigation to be initiated against and by the town. We have a motion, we have a second, and now we're on a roll call.
Councilmember Pasqua.
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi.
Yes.
Councilmember Hul.
Yes.
Councilmember Darwin.
Yes.
Councilmember Mars.
Yes.
Vice President Brown.
Yes.
President Verducci.
Yes.
7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. Motion passes.
Thank you. We are back. The council met in executive session for litigation matters, discussion of prospective litigation to be initiated against and by the town. No votes were taken. I will entertain a motion to seal the minutes of executive session.
So moved.
Motion second. Roll call on these, I think. Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi, Councilmember Hul.
Yes.
Councilmember Darwin.
Yes.
Councilmember Mars.
Yes.
Vice President Brown.
Yes.
President Verducci.
Yes.
7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
And now we'll entertain a motion to come out of executive session.
Second.
Councilmember Pasqua. Councilmember Capaldi. Councilmember Hul.
Yes.
Councilmember Darwin.
Yes.
Councilmember Mars.
Yes.
Vice President Brown.
Yes.
President Verducci.
Yes.
7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
I will entertain a motion to adjourn.